What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is
and it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Form. So he looks at double top now to complete a comeback victory.
He knows how important this is. Finds the double 10 just inside to the law returner law, and he gets it. 110 tabletop.
She's got 2 in hand, a double 18, and double 18's got.
But a 15 dart is really solid. 112, 10 plus, check out.
Double 10. Surely now. And Burnett eventually gets it wrapped up.
Finds it, so the bullseye here. Does find the 1-2-1. Scott Mitchell with a 10 topper.
So it's the final Friday's worth of Super Series action here in 2025, and Double Trouble 4 is what we're focusing on. It's the second day of Group C, and by the end of it, we'll know the half of the field will be competing tomorrow night. And yesterday was definitely a day where it was pretty to be in pink, because Scott Mitchell leads the way in Group C. Alex Spellman, who has worn his shades of pink in the past, is top of Group C. And pretty in blue is Keegan Brown, synonymously with his pink. Anyway, great to see you, Keegs, once again. Let's have a chat about the tournament as a whole. It's the 5th day of Double Trouble. We know Neil Duff's going to be there. In terms of yesterday, did anybody particularly stand out for you?
I think, to be fair, in Group B, everybody was just so consistent, wasn't it? It was only until the last game where we've got one person on 6 points and the bottom of the table's on 2. So, it just shows you it's all still to play for. Well,
Group B is what we saw last night. Alex Spellman tops the table at the halfway stage. We can have a look at that for you now. There was actually a point where if Devon beat Alex in the last game, every player would have been on 4 points in the group. All the opening 9 games went with Fro in that particular session. But is it also fair to say that Alex Spellman was, in terms of consistency, the one that was able to provide the better performances on a more regular basis?
Yeah, definitely. To be fair, the last match when he played Devon, he just a little bit too strong for Devon, fortunately. But, it was when he played, I felt when he played Graham, that was his catalyst. That's the point when he started playing really consistent. He was the only person that won with over a 90 average yesterday. Yeah, I would say that's why he's top of the pack at the moment.
Right, that resumes tonight from 10 o'clock, but this afternoon we're going to see the culmination of Group C, and at the halfway stage it is Scott Mitchell that leads the way. Him and Robert Thornton tied on 8 points at the top of the table. We can have a look at that for you now. So, Mitchell, Thornton, both on 8, and Hamilton on 6 points. Burnett and Gulliver on 4, Painter without a win to his name on the opening day's worth of action. And it felt like yesterday it was just a typically Scott Mitchell day. It was efficient throughout. There were some decent moments in there, but more crucial than anything else, he mitigated opportunity in terms of starting legs. He was always off first visit, it felt.
Yeah, definitely. And, let's be honest, is 1-2-1, that's critical darts, isn't it? And let's be honest, that is what a world champion does. And, it's so good to see Scott playing well again. And, he made it hard work for everyone. And once again, he did an Alex Spellman, and that's why he's top of the group in Group C.
Right, let's have a look at some odds then. This is what the bookies think about today's session. Is there really any arguments about what they've put there? Mitchell out favourites and everybody else are where they are?
Yeah, to be fair, I would say it's quite a fair reflection on the group. But, you can't count people like Andy Hamilton and Richie Burnett out of the game, can you? Because they're only a couple of wins off Scott. And, I feel today, Scott is going to have to come out of the traps quite quick.
And Andy played well as well, didn't he, yesterday? There was some decent stuff, and they're probably a little bit disappointed that he didn't get as many points as he did.
Yeah, definitely. But, Andy showed his true grit character, didn't he? Never gives in, just always gives 110%, and that's why he's still in the mix.
Cheers, Keeks. Right, let's get into it. Game 1, Hamilton against Painter, and early on this morning, I caught up with a hammer. Andy, great to see you at Double Trouble. Let's talk about day 1 yesterday. I can imagine the performances you must have been really pleased with by and large. In terms of the points total, what would be your overall assessment?
Yeah, probably not the points what I wanted, but hey, it's another day today. Yesterday was probably meant to be a 1-3 game. That's the main thing. It keeps me in contention. So it's all about today for me. It's keep enjoying it. I'll get a result today, I know I will, but let's wait and see. That's all it's all about. Just whatever happens, happens.
Nice to play the double start again, because I know you had good memories of the Grand Prix.
Yeah, I think for me, it brought back their memories for me, and I was talking about it. I've been talking about it all week since I was coming here. So it's their memories of the Grand Prix. I just install it into here and just keep playing that game. What I enjoy. This game suits me down to ground, starting at a double.
And for you all in the practice room, it's a little bit like a seniors reunion, isn't it? All you guys of yesteryear.
Yeah, it's good to see. We're all reminiscing. We're all playing good darts. Hey, we're not playing great darts. We're playing good darts at our age. We're still competing. That's the main thing. And it's good to have a set of people in that room which are on the similar age-wise, and we're all competing and enjoying it.
Is it that nice mix of being competitive but having fun at the same time?
Yeah, we know how to compete, and also this is about now we're in the older generations in our game where we just enjoy where we are at the moment, and the competing side is on that stage, and that's where it should stay really. So everything in that room now is all we're having a good laugh. That's the main thing. And
for you, I suppose, a good week here, be a nice way to cap what's actually been quite a decent 2025 for yourself.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm playing good darts. Darts in good place, head's in good space. My life's in a great space. Chloe, me better off, is keeping me on the right path. So everything's good at me at the moment, so darts is just a little bonus if I win something. So I'm still here. I want to get till Saturday night. I want to win it as well.
Forever fighting.
Always, man. Always the hammer.
Right. Wish you all the best, Andy. Good luck out there.
Cheers, Andy. Thank you very much.
And Hamilton gets his campaign for the day underway of a meeting against Kevin Painter, looking to get his first points in this Group C, having left yesterday, having not put one to the total. For Hamilton, well, he begins the day with 6 points. He may feel as if there was a couple more left in there. Made it through to Champions Night in the first Champions Week of 2025. Couldn't get out the groups there. Up against Kevin Painter, the 58-year-old now from rugby. Twice a weekly runner up here at the Super Series. For him, I think it's all about going out and enjoying himself, having some fun today. He knows that realistically his season for 2025, one which has had its ups and downs, one which has certainly been about rebuilding. And that was one of the key things that he was talking about at the beginning of the week. Paul Hinks, the man presiding over all the proceedings on this Friday afternoon. Keegan's with me here in commentary for Andy Hamilton. If he can win this first one, move on to 8 points, it piles the pressure on Mitchell and Thornton, who play in games 2 and 3.
That's what we alluded to earlier, just a couple of minutes in the studio where, today's all about Scott 44. Mitchell. He has to come out the blocks just as quick as he did yesterday to put more points on the board, because otherwise he's going to have, obviously, Robert, obviously Andy and Richie all on his tail.
120.
Well, already, and I know it's only 3 darts in, but an early indication that Kevin's feeling just a little bit more fluent today.
Yeah, to be fair, when you look at this group, you got people like obviously Robert, you got Andy, you got 95. Richie. You got 3 world champions in this group. They all know how to win darts. They're not going to just roll over and have their tummy tickled, are they?
Now, you've played the Grand Prix format on a couple of occasions.
87.
Does this format, more than any other, make the first leg more key? And what I mean by that is getting in early just makes you feel better, where if in that first leg you're chasing around, it can make your head spin quicker than perhaps 95. It would be in a normal single-in, double-out format.
Yeah, 100%. Let's be honest, it's one of the things where we always say you don't relax until you get your first double, but this week it's all about you don't relax until you hit your first doubles. First two doubles.
85.
Double the trouble.
I think, the standard's been overall really good this week on the double treble week.
123.
Well, it's Hamilton first to finish, leaving 144 after 12, but only indication, I know he had that little slip in the fly with the first, but there's a lot to like so far about Painter in this opening leg. And if Hamilton doesn't find the 144 here, the artist will get a break opportunity on 70. However, another one of them just underneath. And so the artist will get a look at this 70 to break the throw and put himself one up.
And let's be honest, this is a good leg either way. So Kevin looking for a 14 dart breaker throw, and he
Game
gets
shot
it.
on the first leg, Kevin Painter.
That was really good for Kevin Painter.
Second leg, Kevin, you
With
throw
the exception
first.
of that
Game
one
on.
errant dart into the single 12, there was so much to admire about it. There was fluency, there was pace, and I think the most important thing, there was real belief. Heads to the pipe.
86.
That is double 13.
You know, let's be honest, I know we're only a leg and a bit into this match, but you know, Kev's thrown over 100 average. You know, Andy's not far behind him in the 90s,
No
so
score.
you know, both players are really up for this one.
And when we talk about averages being about 10 points off, probably what you win in a leg can,
60.
to a certain extent, you can maybe accentuate 3 darts. So a 14 darter is probably effectively what 11 darter would be in straight-in format darts.
Yeah, 100%. You know, we saw it yesterday, didn't we, where
71.
you know, somebody, I think it was Graham Usherwood, didn't get off for 6 darts and his average dropped by 45 points. So it just shows you how much, you know, averages should never ever be looked at during double trouble week.
83.
These are obviously two giants of the game where, you know, neither of them are going to give the other
100.
player an inch, are they?
Well, these two played in the Premier League of one another back in 2012. That's how esteemed their careers were when they're at their absolute peak
60.
and pomp. Both former World Championship finalists. Painter infamously in 2004 against one Philip Douglas Taylor. Whereas Andy Hamilton got there back in 2012 when he lost to Adrian
96.
Jackpot Lewis in the final. And this was how consistent Andy was. Maybe not one that you categorise as someone that picked up trophies left, right and centre, but in a 2-year period between 2012 and 2014,
41.
Andy Hamilton made at least the quarterfinals of every big PDC TV tournament on the calendar.
Yeah, and let's not forget, he obviously was runner-up the first time they showed a Grand Slam against Phil Taylor.
134.
That was back 2007, wasn't it?
First ever event televised by ITV. That was actually on ITV1, wasn't it? The final was actually on Channel 3, as the older generation
30.
would call it.
Andy O'Carr, 100.
You know, I think quite a remarking feature about these two Premier League campaigns back in 2012, they both had 9 darts hit against them. So it's another double top for Andy.
Game shot on the
Yes.
second leg, Andy
Classic
Hamilton.
Andy there. Really good 100 finish there.
Third leg, Andy
Good
to
game
throw
this.
first.
Really
Game
balling
on.
up quite nicely. Well, Hamilton in first dart. Yeah, Kevin Pater's had his hit against Phil Taylor in Aberdeen, while Sandy Hamilton
152.
had his infamously hit against Simon Whitlock at the O2 Arena in London. Brilliant commentary that was from the late, great John Gwynn.
No score.
You know, I think at this time of year when the World Championship is on, we look back at some of the archives and we just listen to some of the great moments that were voiced by John, Sid, Dave Lanning.
134.
They really were the holy trinity of darts commentators. And I think everybody that sits with these microphones in hand look
No
at
score.
them as the benchmark as to the stands in which are to follow.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more there, Henners.
However, there's a potential brush here. And Painter's cursing his luck
81.
somewhat. Because he had such a positive start to this game. We were mentioning the 14 dart he had in the opener. But since then, it's gone severely south.
14.
Well, he'll take that. Doesn't matter how,
Andy
he's
O'Carr,
in.
134.
So Andy at 134. Looking at trouble 19 here. So he might look at 48 here to leave 24.
78.
Well, he's left himself 56, single to double when he comes back. Painter requires a hedgehog.
55. Andy O'Carr, 56.
So, Hamilton to go 2-1 up and to take the lead for the first time. He trailed courtesy of a 14 darter. He leads thanks to 15. This is a really good game, and Andy Hamilton setting his stall out right from the get-go. He leads 2-1, gets his nose in front for the first time, and now the impetus is on Painter to try and respond.
100.
You know, both these characters are not going to let the other man win easy, are they? And that's the thing, isn't it, with double on? If you don't get on them first three darts, it's a killer straight away.
You're just giving yourself so much unnecessary work to do.
95.
And particularly if you're against throw and your opponent comes straight in, the leg, if they've doubled in and they've scored okay, by the time you even get off the mark, it feels like a tall order.
Yeah, there's nothing worse.
81.
You know, the way I always, describe this sort of situation is if you miss, you might as well just chuck 3 darts on the floor.
To be fair, I did see you at Champions Week, and there was a few darts dropped on the floor, Keeks.
That was 1 or 2, but
180.
that's a good 180 there from Andy. Yeah, I felt didn't do myself justice on that Saturday night, but never mind. I still got to. Not too many people have ever got to.
There's some great players that never done so. Some really good players that never done so.
Obviously, there's yourself to begin with, but that's a different story.
Right, where's those tissues? I might need it after that comment.
100.
That's a good turn there from Andy. To be fair to Kev, he's not done a lot wrong in this match, has he? May have just missed a couple of darts to get on in that previous leg, but other than that, scoring-wise, he's always been Vandy.
Well, Hamilton is putting the hammer down here. And it would not be a surprise if he rounds this off his second tub plus checkout of the match. It's the bull. Just low. That was a well-thrown dart, just deviated at the last moment.
Let's be honest, if Andy took that 1T6 out, he would have completed the last 3 legs in 45 darts, so it would have been bang on 100 average. Yeah, that's really good darts there from Kev.
If there's one thing we know about Kevin Painter is he has a resilience in an abundance, and he has shown that there. We're level at 2-2. Hamilton has had an opportunity at the bullseye to wrap this game up. Couldn't take it, but he's straight in the deciding leg. I tell you what, the way he's been getting off early on has been superb. That's the second time in this game he's kicked off 1-5-2. And this is what we were talking about in the previous leg. If you can get in early, score big, you pile the pressure on your opponent. Painter's unable to get off. And now Hamilton is in a position where he can absolutely coast through this leg if he wants.
Let's be honest.
No score.
The first 4 legs of the match, they were won in 14, 18, 15, and 15. So 62 darts in total to win 4 legs, double one. So that's, putting in perspective, 60 would be 100 average, dead on 100. 62, you're looking at 98, 97. So absolutely fantastic standard there to kick the day off.
As for Painter, well, he's chasing around the 19s, doesn't get it, and he could be brushed. Because Hamilton here, he missed the ball for the 1-2-6 in the previous leg. He now has a look at the 1-3-6 to wrap it up here. Can't finish.
40.
Well, it's not really cleaned up, but to be perfectly honest, it doesn't matter, does it? Or at least he hopes it doesn't matter. He doesn't want a Dubbridge-esque act of escapology
No score.
put on him. But Painter, you could see with a smirk on his face, he's fearing the worst. He's fearing the potential brush. The Basil. And he's going double-double to add extra salt into the
Getting shown in the
wound.
match, Andy Hamilton.
Well, how about that? Andy Hamilton with a brush in the last leg to put the cap on what was a really good performance to kick the day off against Kevin Painter. That, the tail of the tape. Hamilton, a 3-2 winner, average just under 97. Really good display from him. 3 from 5 on his doubles, including that ton, We're going to take a break, and when we return, it's Trina Gulliver up against Scott Mitchell. Right, welcome back. We're here at the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Andy Hamilton got the better of Kevin Painter. That was by 3 legs to 2 in our opening game of the day. Really good performance that from the Hammer. Average of 96.96 ton checkout, 3 from 5 in terms of his doubles to end a leg. And so next up, we're going to see the Golden Girl and Scotty Dog duke it out. Trina Gulliver, the 56-year-old from Southern. 8th appearance here at the Super Series, up against Scott Mitchell, the 2015 champion of the world. 11 world titles on this stage, but Trina is certainly doing the heavy work in terms of the lifting of those stars on the shirt. 10 times champion of the world, a true icon of the sport. As for Scott Mitchell, I caught up with Scott after the day was done yesterday, and he was rather happy, and so he should be. I think the important thing that he was kind of saying, he was taken away from everything, was just having that enjoyment factor back again. He enjoys doing the broadcast work, really does enjoy doing the broadcast work, but he still thinks that he's got something to give in terms of the playing side of the sport, and it'd be intriguing to see what he can do today. And he kicks off against Trina Gulliver, who, in the middle portion of the session, we are really looking at her chances and thinking she's got a fantastic one. Still in the mix, But she's going to have to get some early wins, Keegan.
120.
And that's what she's going to have to go. And to be fair, Trina's gone the right way about things so far. Full credit to Train. Obviously kicking off with the 120.
59.
Tell you what, I'm definitely liking the new Scott
100.
Mitchell darts.
Yeah, he's been playing with these for a few weeks now, and he's saying that locally he's playing some really good stuff. Still plays his fair share of county,
100.
Super League, local comps. He is heading to Q School in January. But heading there with a rather laissez-faire attitude. If he gets it, it's great. But if not, he's got plenty
60.
on his plate, obviously, in terms of the world of commentary. But he's very popular on the exhibition circuit. He's just recently come back from a couple of shows in Sweden over the course of the weekend. In fact, he was with Paul Hinks in Sweden at the weekend. Got no idea which airport they flew to, but
100.
Obviously going back to the action here.
we're just going to put the tumbleweed next to that remark.
85.
It's a good 85 there
122.
from Scott. But Trainer, she got a good chance to win this first leg. She's looking at the 18s first. That's unlucky. So it'd be... May look at the 18 sleeve 80.
44. Scott Lucar, 136.
Never ever question a 10-time world champion.
Never ever. But would you question a one-time world champion in terms of taking out a 136? The question would be yes.
96. Trinucar, 78.
Set up well. Look, Gulliver can't convert the 78.
So Trainer looking for a better attempt at the 18s. And that's unfortunately it's gone the other side. So should be looking at the 57 for double 10. You know, these, you know, this is a good opportunity for the last 6 starts.
Scott Lucar, 40.
So tops for Scott. To get the dog's tail wagging.
$20.
Opportunity. Now, when Gulliver was given these opportunities yesterday, she was so good at mopping them up. And she's been given a gilt-edged one here at tops and now 10s. And she
Finish on the first
converts
leg,
where
Trina
Mitchell
Gulliver.
misses. And Gulliver finds herself a leg to the
Second leg,
goods.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
I say, you look at yesterday for Trina, and I think it's fair to say that as an assessment, the doubling in and the doubling out wasn't an issue whatsoever. But it was that middle portion of the leg, the scoring phase, which I think sometimes in key situations, you just let her down in 1 or 2 moments. I think if she got 6 points yesterday, I think that would have been a really fair reflection of what she did. As I say, this part has been absolutely bang
60.
on the money.
Yeah, it's one of them weird ones, isn't it? Where when you look at the way Trina's been playing the last couple of days, it looks like she's got no trouble getting it off. She gets down to about the 150, 160 mark, and then it just disappears.
100.
Just for about, 2 throws. But it's that 2 throws where it does make a difference, where your opponent would go 140 ton, out.
80.
And I think she feels she's so close to getting it right. Getting it really
100.
right again.
Yeah, 100%. The first time, obviously she came here at the Modus Super Series, it was a new thing, a different, competition.
11.
And I think she's battled. She's played absolutely fantastic. She's getting used to the conditions now, and she's only not far off her best in my opinion.
100.
And she's still got that fire in the belly, which I think it's got to be really admirable.
Yeah, 100%.
140.
Let's be honest. When you've been world champion for 10 times, you could just ride into the sunset, couldn't you? Let's be honest. But, you know, that's why you have to admire a lot of these players, especially in this group, where, you know, they've been playing darts for the best part of
100.
over 30 years, and yet they've still got the hunger, desire that they did 30 years ago.
Well, when you've got 10 stars on the shirt like Trina Gulliver has, sometimes it can be very easy just to rest on your laurels and
125. Scott Ricard,
lie on your previous achievements. But I think she still thinks there's one more. Well, both of these players are very proud of what they achieved, but they still think there's one more big thing for them in a playing capacity. As Mitchell looks at tops to level up.
81.
Doesn't go. It may just be a
85.
dart at the ball here for Trina.
So Trina looking for the ball. That wasn't that
55.
far away.
Scott Ricard, 20.
Well, 2 10s to level this match up at 1 apiece. Mitchell has had a troublesome time here. He may well be thankful for the sanctuary that double 5 might provide, but it doesn't
Junior
matter
car,
what
30.
it is, he cannot hit it right now.
It's like we said earlier, wasn't it, Henry? Is how quick is Scott going to come out the traps?
Getting shot on the second leg.
Well,
Trina
if you go
Gulliver.
and buy a milk carton tomorrow morning, you may well see on the back of it Scott Mitchell's
like Trina
doubling
to
because
throw
it's gone
first.
missing
Game
so
on.
far in this contest. And Gulliver's 2-0 up as a result.
No score.
See, you feel straight away. Throws gun back on with Mitchell.
$40.
0 from 7, Scott Mitchell, in terms of his doubling to complete a leg. However, Trina
score.
is struggling to get off at the start of this leg. And I will say that if Trina does win this game, these two, they're like a brother and sister relationship. I can tell you that because I spent a whole week working with them.
140.
I can tell you now, they'll be bickering over this result regardless of who wins or who loses.
Let's be honest, when obviously both of these play
120.
at Lakeside on a regular occasion, where, you know, every time where Trina was playing, Scott was sat on her table, when it was vice versa when Scott was playing.
$180.
Let's get 180 there from Scott.
$97. Scott Ricard, 141.
Well, Scott's got some space in this leg. However, that's not exactly something of academia right now.
60.
60 leads 81. Gulliver can only even finish by piling in a couple of big trebles here.
I think with one
100.
thing,
Scott Ricard, 81.
you know, to look at Trina's throw, I would say it's always that one dot where it goes about an inch below. You know, I know dart players are stubborn, but why? I don't understand why she doesn't move. So it's double 16 for Scott for an 81 finish.
49.
Get those cartons out. Because Scott Mitchell's doubling has deserted him and Gulliver is just beginning to march.
168.
My word,
Scott
there's
Ricard,
pressure on this
52.
double 16 to save the match.
Getting shot on the third leg, Scott Mitchell.
Eventually it is 9th attempt. Mitchell gets himself on the board.
Fourth leg, Scott to throw first.
He's
Game on.
thinking, ooh, there it is at last.
That's a good treble 20 there from, double top from there from Scott to hit the leg off.
80. $41.
Well, both plays are off. in this fourth leg of action. It.
$180.
Scott there for a second 180 of the match.
$60.
Well, is this game just
60.
beginning to change face a little bit? Mitchell's just finding a extra level here. And it does feel as if in a couple of seconds' time we may well be
60.
equalised at 2-2.
$140.
Good 140 there from Scott. Down on 41 after 12.
$36. Scott the car, 41.
This to bring this game to an equilibrium.
So it's double 16. It's going to be a good marker just off the flight.
Game shot on the fourth leg, Scott Mitchell.
We go all the way. We head to an
Fifth
oval.
and final leg, Trina to throw first. Game on.
You do know what's going to happen on January the 3rd, don't you, Keegan? George Noble's last game as a referee is going to go 7-6-5-5.
120.
Of course it is.
And he's going to love every single second of it. Hi, George, if you're watching.
No score.
I'm sure he'll let me know if he is.
Usually P45 just on Christmas Eve.
$60.
So Trina, you know, even if Scott hits the 160s, he's still 20 points behind Trina. See, if he doesn't get off there, you'd feel that Trina's going to extend that by a good, well, nearly half the leg.
Well, Gulliver has got Mitchell exactly where she wants him.
$100.
You know, good darts there from Trina. But, you know, but Trina's definitely showing the world class, isn't she? Let's be honest. Where, you know, first two legs she was really good and consistent. Last
60.
previous just went by the wayside, but she's done a fantastic job in this decider.
Look, let's put it right. She could have so easily folded and been 2-0 up and then was pegged back to 2-2. It could have so easily gone south for her. But one thing we know that she's got is a will and a way and an abundance. Now, Scott Mitchell's previous experience in double trouble saw him win all 5 games on Thursday, lose all 5 on Friday
60.
and go out.
Trina car, 121.
If he loses this one, he may well just have that floating thought in the back of his mind. And the odds suggest that he is going to lose this. Does Gulliver go for the bull?
96.
She does, and she wasn't too far away.
Trina there's showing the aggressive side, I find. You know, she could have just laid it up, 18, 32, 10 for tops, but it's that aggression side that a lot of dart players don't have, and Trina
43.
very unlucky
Trina
not to
car,
hit the balls like that.
25.
So 25 for Gulliver to complete a 3-2 win. Double 8 for the match. Double 8 for the win.
Game shot on the match,
And the
Trina
Golden
Gulliver.
Girl puts herself in the race and just keeps Scott Mitchell at bay. Keeps him on 8 points, but crucially puts her on to 6. And it's now Andy Hamilton that leads the way, and it could be Robert Thornton that sets the impetus. Oh, don't you worry, that will be mentioned for a long, long time to come. Next up, Robert Thornton takes on Ricardo Bonetto.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Russia wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit!
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And he Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101. Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game! Go! And the Modus Super Series 11 champion! Jeff Smith!
So we're back here at the live lounge, and it is Double Trouble 4. Before the break, Trader Gulliver opened things up for interpretation with a 3-2 win over Scott Mitchell. Next up, we've got Richie Burnett up against Robert Thornton. And I can tell you now that Richie Burnett is in some fine form today. And I can also tell you that he's trying a brand new diet. Because he was telling me this morning that he is trying a new brand of beef jerky. And he's hoping that that brand new brand will give him the nutrition that he requires to get himself through today's endeavours. Hey, professional sport, you can't beat it. He takes on Robert Thornton, who can go 2 points clear at the top of the table. If he can win this particular encounter, it's all opened up, bunched up for the Fawn because of that defeat for Mitchell before the break to Gulliver. However,
Game on.
if Burnett was to win this, then open up a can of carnage, because you'd have Burnett on 6, Gulliver on 6, Thornton,
36.
Mitchell and Hamilton on 8.
$45.
And let's be honest, if there's one thing this man Robert Thornton can do, you know, he's always so strong at the Grand Prix. Back here comes Buckaroo Burnett with the first 180 of the match. You know, this is the interesting part here, where, you know, we could have a point where Robert wins 3 Robert needs. You feel like Robert needs to win. Just to keep ahead of the pack, sort of thing. And
83.
saying that, Robert would have been watching the first match with Andy against Kevin, obviously Trina against Scott, so he knows he has to perform. He can't let his guard down. And to be fair, Richie probably start relaxing and probably playing some of his better stuff that we know that he can do.
Well, that's much more like it. And all of a sudden, this 145 for Fulton, quite simply put, has to go. Treble 15, unable to get. And so, Burnett looking at 72 to get an opening leg break.
So it's double 18. So I wasn't too sure if he wasn't sure what was left or he was just moving.
Being sure the first leg reached the net.
Solid 14 darter, break of throat.
Burnett's in business. He gets the break and the Fawn in early trouble. And the early indications are that Burnett is very much in the mood today. And we should mention that players' seasons will come to a close at the end of play today.
40.
Now, we mentioned it yesterday. Look, it isn't season defining what happens this week. However, for whoever can have a good time of it, it might just give them a little bit of confidence, a little bit of pep in their step over the Christmas break.
I think, the way to look at this week, it's serious fun, isn't it? It's, they're up there, they're enjoying their darts, and, like Andy said in his interview, he's just there enjoying it, and he just, getting some, enjoying the confidence wave again.
Now, I do want to take a second just to talk about owls, Keegan, if that's okay by you.
Yes. It's somebody's 60th birthday today, isn't it?
Yes, your old sparring partner, Richie Howson. Have you got a birthday message to send to him? I'm sure 100. You do.
Wow, what do you get a man that's got everything? What I should say is the man is talented at everything, isn't he? Everything he touches.
62.
But yeah, obviously, happy birthday, Rich, if you're watching. No doubt we will see you in the new year.
Defending Legends League champion. Well, it's got a different name next year, the Seniors Showdown.
What's the age criteria? Because I'm just trying to work out how many years do I need on it yet.
You're too young. You're too young. Couple more grey hairs, you might be eligible.
63.
That's as much as a compliment you're going to get out of me today, Keeks.
That's a good treble there from Robert. He's hoping to fill it up.
140. Richard Carr, 105.
Was doing an exhibition with Robert last week and he left his darts in Scotland.
Assuming the exhibition wasn't in Scotland then?
No, it's Southend. So geographically, it was quite a large trip back.
Double 16 for 105, but that's 2 up. This is really useful. 32 darts to the first 2 legs, 93.94 average. 2 from 2 in his finishing doubles, 105 check. He really is in check. And this group is bunching up rather quickly.
I feel for Robert. He needs to get on the board very quickly, otherwise it could be checkmate. But yeah, one thing I've really been really impressed with both obviously Group
31.
B and C over the last couple of days is, the standard. So far we've not had a leg above 20 darts, double one.
60.
Meanwhile, I've had other legs where it's taken 20 darts to start.
That's a good readjustment there from Rich.
100.
Bit like me and you were playing up there, Keegs, wasn't it? 20 darts to start?
No, I give you 20 darts head start. That's what that is.
Oh, that was what you're on about. We're still both on 501 come the end of it.
Well, you would, because I've not started yet.
85.
That's the point.
$58.
Although I will say, of course, you've had your adventures this year. You beat the newly crowned WDF Champione of the world, Jimmy Van Schie, in a week here.
Yeah, it's all right. You know, the old dog still got it, as I always say. But yeah, it's, you know, this
38.
You know, to be fair, I've actually really enjoyed this year. Obviously played in Challenge Tour with, you know, doing my good 5 or 6 weeks here at Modus. It's just so good to play darts properly again, if that makes sense. And, you know, I can't tell you, obviously playing here at the Modus Super Series, it gives you so much confidence, you know, because
65.
you know, you could go a good couple of years without playing on stage, without the cameras, and we're all able, well, obviously Robert here for 170.
145. Richard Carr, 125.
And you know, let's be honest, the Modus Super Series helps you keep at that professional level. You know, I always say that's why nowadays the gap between the Challenge Tour players and the tour card holders are a lot
85.
smaller because of things
Robert
like
Carr,
this.
25.
Well, proof's in the pudding. We've seen it at the World Championship, haven't we, over the last few days or so?
Getting shown
As
the third leg, Robert
bags
Fonta.
double 8 to bring it back to 2-1. Gets on the board.
Fourth leg, Richie to throw first. Game on.
I mean, just look at yesterday, for example. Some of the stories. David Munoz of Kenya. We saw Sakai, of course, of Japan as well. What a character he's become. And we saw Andreas Harrison beat the 12th seed, Ross Smith, of course, a former Super Series champion. We actually saw the guy he beat in that Super Series final rather
70.
flittingly in the tournament. He was put under the thumb by Goldfinger. And of course, we're going to see a couple of
31.
other Super Series names at the World Championship this afternoon. Leonard Gates. We all love Leonard, don't we? He's taking on Mickey Mansell. Blinking, you might see the dart. And then Josh Rock
41.
up against Gemma Hayter to round off the afternoon session. And I know that Gemma's very much looking forward to her debut on the Alexandra Palace stage. And of course, tonight, Bo Greaves takes on Daryl Gurney.
140.
Was Bo in one of your weeks? Or am I getting you confused with somebody else?
You get me confused with somebody else.
41.
I think it's Jared Cole, wasn't it?
I apologise for getting you confused with Mr. Cole.
Oh, I don't mind. Jared's a nice kid. That's the main thing.
He is. He is.
That's a good 135 there from Rich. Puts the pressure firmly back onto Robert. You feel Robert needs 2 trebles.
97.
However, that's a good 97. So I think the next 3 darts is going to be massive in a contest for this match. I think Richie might have just heard me. So surely he has to be looking at 19s at the minimum.
56.
Go your own way. So Robert needs. That's a fantastic first dart, isn't it, Henners? You know it's going to be a 180.
140.
And it was only because of a kiss with the last dart, which is why it wasn't a max. Such an FDM when he's in the mood, Thornton. But this to wrap it up for Burnett. And to wrap it up in some style. He's not going to take out the 139, but Thornton's in a position here where
98.
simply put, the 112 has to go.
112.
Good marker there. So I think he hesitates there because he's not.
Richard Carr, 41.
He's not got a good relationship with double 16.
Well, what's Richie Burnett's relationship like on that double?
Getting
It's
shown
very
the man,
good.
Richie Burnett.
And it's a very good start for Richie Burnett. And it means now that the top 5 players in this table are separated by a meagre margin of just 2 points. Burnett on the board, a 3-1 win over Robert Thornton. Scott Mitchell takes on Andy Hamilton next.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got out of the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Game 4 of the afternoon, and it is a meeting between Scott Mitchell and Andy Hamilton. The winner of this will be the first player on to 10 points, and they just build up a bit of a gap between them and those in behind them. The current table sees Hamilton, Mitchell and Thornton all on 8 points. Now, actually, these two are only separable by legs 1. Hamilton, 8 points plus 7 legs difference, 16 legs 1. Mitchell, 8 points plus 7, 14 legs 1. Thornton, 8 points plus 2, 14 legs 1. Richie Burnett in 4th, Trina Gulliver in 5th. They're both with 6 points respectively in the table, whilst Kevin Painter is pointless so far, looking to still pick up his first win in this particular group.
First leg, Scots are through first. Game on.
You know, you feel this is quite a big match and a content set for the group so early on this Friday afternoon. Because, you know, if you're looking at the table properly now, Henners,
40.
you feel Richie Burnett could be the outsider. Because, you know, the next match he's got, obviously, Kev, and he'd be targeting the 2 points. And then he's got Scott Mitchell shortly after that. So,
No score.
you know, Richie could sneak on to 10 points within the next 4 games.
And it would be so typically Richie Burnett if he could escape from this tungsten Alcatraz.
85.
I know Portsmouth's bad, but it's not that bad.
Says the man who lives on the People's Republic of the Isle of Wight.
I'm proud of it.
Absolutely.
60.
How is life the other side of the water?
A bit choppy yesterday, I'm not going to lie. The catamaran was a little bit bumpy coming across. Only the old 4 or 5 miles across the Solent. But yeah, ever so happy just to be in your company, Henners, on a
100.
Friday afternoon.
And for those viewers joining us in the United States, if you're wondering what the Isle of Wight is an island which was famous for a castle and a prison.
3 prisons.
Yes,
86.
yes.
All within a 5-minute walk of each other.
Well, I hope the prisoners don't walk there, because that would be rather dangerous. You're not really selling the tourist board for the Isle of Wight. Come to the Isle of Wight. We've got 3 prisons here.
100.
It is a beautiful place, though. It is a wonderful place for a summer holiday. Trust me, because we used to go there every year. My younger brother actually broke his arm on sand at Sandown. Don't ask me how it's possible, but somehow it is possible.
I'm trying to think, was it more shingle than sand? But that's a different story. That's a different story. But, you know, going back to the action, Scott's targeting his first leg on throw.
60.
You know, one thing I would like to say, looking at this table, I don't want to say we want to rewind the clock 10 years ago or 11 years ago, but if this was played 10 years
22.
ago,
Scott the car 116.
who would be your pick?
What a question. 10 years ago, I think they both were at a similar level. Now, Andy was probably just beginning to
60.
wane off from his peak. Mitchell was probably towards his peak at that point. He was world champion at the time.
Yeah, but I mean the whole group as a whole.
10 years...
As a whole.
10 years ago, Robert Thornton, it's not a question. Robert Thornton was about to hit his second
57.
peak, winning Grand Prix
Scott the car 56.
and things like that, playing in Premier Leagues. Guyler was about to win a 10th world title. Tots and Mitchell.
36. Andy the car 136.
So Andy on the outside chance on the 136.
Just low, and so Scott again at double 10. It's been a
96.
photon target
Scott the car
for him so
20.
far today.
I feel this could be a very similar match that we saw yesterday in Group B.
Getting sure the
Both
first
players
leg
were
Scott
targeting
Mitchell.
the win. I think just looking back at my notes, it was.
Second leg Andy to third first. Game on.
I think it was Devon and Steve where both players knew the importance of getting the points onto the boards and the legs, and you know sometimes you want the opponent to hit the 100, so you go 140 because there's. You know, it's nothing worse as a dart player when you go 60, you think, oh, right, it's perfect chance now, and then you go 57.
Perfect first.
80. $60. $60.
Lucky not to get more there from Scott. I feel this match only needs a good 140, 180 in it. It would get the juices flowing from both players.
96.
I just get the sense that there's little to no tempo in this game.
Yeah, I think both players are not. They don't purposely slow players. They're just very methodical. And I've had the privilege of playing Andy many times in the PDC. Scott, if I've ever played Scott, to be fair, and to break Andy is so hard because he's just so relentless.
$83.
I mean, he's like a little Jack Russell. He's always at your ankles, never ever gives up.
And there's some players that when you give the tag of a scrapper or something like that, they don't like it. Andy Hamilton sees that as an absolute
26.
compliment. The fact that he is able to grind away at any task he needs to and find a way no matter whether he's playing well or playing below par. He believes if there's a will, there's a way. And he is not afraid to battle
and do whatever he has to do to get what he needs to get out of this game.
And they're looking at another 19 to leave, 167. All better.
81.
So you feel Scott needs at least a two, well, one treble would have been bonus, but now looking for the second. Another one to leave, 100, and he does so.
Andy O'Carr, 129.
So Andy, outside chance on the 129, but a very possible route. So it'll be 60 for the bullseye. And it's the bullseye for the hammer to go one up here. And he does so.
Game shot on the second leg, Andy Hamilton.
Second ton plus check of the day. Adds to the ton that he had in the opening match against Painter. We're back on level terms at 1 apiece and denies Mitchell an opportunity of going 2 up in the process. And it cannot be understated how important this
40.
particular meeting can be, because effectively whoever wins this one sets their stall out as the player to beat in the group.
You know, there's two ways of looking in this contest where Andy, another 152. Oh, superb timing. Absolutely superb. But, you know, I think there's two ways of looking at this match from a player's aspect where, you know, Scott was very unlucky not to get the win against Trina. And, you know, full credit to Trina, she did an absolutely fantastic job in that first match. And now you feel like Scott's actually trying to fight to get his to get some points on the board where, you know, Andy played really well against Kev, got the win, and he's now full of confidence. So you've now got that momentum again with the Cecil where, you know, Scott's now chasing the points, where Andy's just happy to take the points in.
As the Beastie Boys famously said, you've got to fight for your right to Darty Party.
I don't think they said that.
40.
So I was going to say, that's a brilliant lie there from Andy from that first start.
140.
And full credit to Andy, yeah, he's, you know, in my opinion, I know we've only just finishing off the second round of matches, but I think he's been the most consistent player of them all.
And he was that yesterday without yielding the results that perhaps he wanted. He alluded to that in his pre-match interview early on this morning as he looks at 109 here to put himself 2-1 up with the break and then putting one away from victory in this contest. Down for 89, treble 19 with a left double 16. I'll tell you what,
57.
This would be a game changer if Mitchell could pile in the 141.
Looking down the bottom, what way is he going? So he might be thinking about it now. He's got 62 left. So is he going to be, well, it could be three different options possibly. That's good darts to leave 28. I think that's the one thing that I've noticed with a lot of younger dart players. They're introducing new ways to the older dart players.
Well, put it this way, double 15 used to be a Baron's sanctuary. Now it's the place where everybody goes to. The darting club Tropicana.
Game shot on the third leg.
But there's
Andy
the double
Hamilton.
16 for Andy Hamilton to break and lead 2-1.
Fourth leg Andy to through first. Game on.
Oh, Scott, Scott, Scott. Just to make him feel better, if he doesn't make it through today, he's going to be sat next to you tomorrow, Keegs.
I don't mind that. He'll be good company tomorrow night.
You've been doing some shows with him, haven't you, recently?
Yeah, we did a couple of exhibitions with Scott, and yeah, Scott's so good to work with. He's just so laid back, and yeah, we had a couple of nights at, you know, I think it was Showden Football Club in Southampton. So yeah, it was a really good night. It was.
Mr. Doswell there?
As he was, as you know, 24. He was indeed.
How is he keeping these days?
Yeah, he's keeping really well. Obviously, asked how you were, Henners. That was really nice, it was.
Yeah, he's made a really good 3G down there. Really good facilities.
I think there's one thing I do need to say actually is, Andy's winning legs so far today have been 2 18 darters and 3 15 darters, and if you work in real-time darts, that is the equivalent of almost a 93 average double on, and that is how well Andy has played today. And you think, like we always say, is 10 points off the double win from straight darts. So Andy's today
100.
currently thrown way over the 100 mark.
However, it's been timing, and we speak about it so often. Darts as a game is all about timing. And the other thing as well is because of what he's done, he gets respected a lot by opponents, and they've tended to raise their games against him. I mean, Painter took both the opportunities he had at a double. There was a 36-point gap in terms of the averages between the pair and that opener, but Painter taking the chances that he could afford and he could
45.
muster. But you get the sense now that Hamilton's just beginning to break the back of Mitchell.
I think you're very right there, Henry. A lot of our viewers have probably never had the privilege of playing any of these players in these groups, but this is the group of I was in it. You know what you have to do because there's such a hard competitive field. Each one's going to be so consistent, and you just always have to. You always have to be in your game because otherwise,
95.
It's going to be an early bath.
Well, Mitchell's led himself on a finish, but Hamilton will feel like for 175 he should have the tools of 6 in hand to get the job done. But that treble 1 doesn't exactly
43.
help things.
Scott Ducar, 160.
So 160 for Mitchell to level up at 2-2. Can't be done now. However, what he would give, the price he'd give for 140.
100.
Tons okay, or given to it tops. If Hamilton can't find the 132.
So we know he's going to start off with the bullseye of the 25. So it would be 57 for the ball. So it's 88. My stay at treble 16.
60.
He's left 72.
Scott Ducar, 60.
So you feel for Scott, this has to go to enforce a last leg decider.
He does so. The fourth leg, Scott Mitchell.
We're going all the way. In fact, we played all but one leg we could have played so far in the opening 4 games. Could have played a possible 20 legs. We have played 19 of them. But it's not going to be 19 forever. But who can pull themselves together, Keegs?
I'll tell you one thing, that double 1 would have felt like $1 million right there. That's what we definitely would say was a happy accident. Andy there.
No score.
How lucky is Andy there? I think when you look at this group properly, Henners, you look at Kev. Unfortunately, Kev's at the foot of the table, but Kev's winning legs today. He's only played the one
60.
match, but it's winning legs for 14 and 15, double 1, and that just shows you how good this group is.
Well, they're certainly squeezing the lemon for all it's worth today. As we mentioned at the beginning of the programme, for a lot of players, it's going to be the end of their season come the end of this afternoon. And you do want to finish on a happy note. You don't want to finish your campaign on a damp squib. That first dart's so inviting for Mitchell. So inviting.
I think there was a camera angle
140
from the first leg when obviously he took out double top, and it looks like Scott's set up the very what you call stress free, so the very flimsy, like a bit like Rams was last night, where the dart can ricochet into it, and it would mould into different shapes and be able to obviously still hit the target.
I know that he's been working rather closely with his manufacturer over a setup he feels can give him this extra air of edge. And he's been saying, look, ever since he's thrown with these new sets, that yes, it's not the Scott Mitchell we saw 10 years ago, but he feels as if he's working towards something.
And these are, like 36. I said in the last match, this is the the old school dart players where they still want to, tinker around and, find the difference to make them still be able to play at such a high level still.
$44.
Well, we're kind of meandering towards the finishing post in this last leg.
$60.
Six starts and 2-1-4 for Mitchell to get it done.
It's be a good one for you if it goes in. And it does.
140.
74 for the match. And to put in top of the group by a couple of points. Got to take some thought in a couple of games' time playing to Burnett prior to that. But for Mitchell, he's got all the time he wants to get the job done in this particular contest. 20 leads tops. Tops for the match and plenty of time.
34.
And time that he's going to need to get it done and get it won.
It's always a weird feeling as a dart player where you're a little bit behind, and sometimes it does relax you, and you almost, because you don't really care anymore, you play your best darts.
Scott Car 40.
So tops for the match for Scott Mitchell to win 3-2. And win 3-2 he does, and he moves on to 10 points in the group, and he has the impetus as far as this Group C is concerned. Scott Mitchell beats Andy Hamilton by 3 legs to 2. This is how he did it. As you can see, he just had a bit more scoring power than his opponent. Coming up after the break, Kevin Payton takes on Richie Burnett.
Welcome back, everyone. And we are in the midst of Double Trouble 4. And before the break, we saw Scott Mitchell get the better of Andy Hamilton by 3 legs to 2. Let's get into game 5. And here's a meeting between Richie Burnett and Kevin Painter. Two of the game's biggest characters over the last 25, 30 years going head-to-head. And this should, Keegan, be a good fun watch.
Yeah, it will be that, won't it? It'll be interesting how Kev plays because he's quite a bit of a long wait. Obviously, 3 games since his first match against Andy.
No score.
Kevin's had a busy week, very busy week or two. Literally came here off the back of a mini exhibition tour. He was doing a lot of events with
82.
punters and the public. Pretty much spent a week on the road prior to coming to Portsmouth. Travelled up from Torquay on Sunday. And you could tell you're down south
26.
in Torquay when you're travelling up to Portsmouth. So he's very much enjoying doing that. And yes, there's that competitive desire to still compete in tournaments,
45.
but he's enjoying doing the finer things in the sport, going out, meeting his fans that have adorned him for the last 25, 30 years, playing in those types of events. And I know he's been a very popular addition to the
100.
exhibition circuit, so he's going to be busy again in 2026 doing similar things.
100.
Yeah, to be fair, Kev's a true the definition of a true professional, isn't he?
$135.
I might get told off for being a bit controversial here. However,
82.
when you look at the characters of Painter and Burnett, are they the type of character that maybe occasionally we're just missing in the modern day game?
Yeah, I think there's a very
100.
strong case for
Having a
that.
car,
Very, very strong
152.
case for that.
Another. Unable to get Burnett looking at 140. I mean, to be perfectly honest,
128.
there's no way you
Richie
could
Carr,
mould another
140.
Richie Burnett. Let's get that right.
No, 100%. But Richie, on for the 140. $75 should be looking at 17s, and he does.
116. Cover the car, 24.
Painter here looking at double 12. Both players on double 12. And now Kev's looking at double 6. Freeze. No glee.
21.
And Burnett's back for the target and derivatives if he needs
Richie
to. The
Carr,
Painter's just
24.
missed. Beautiful guide. Works it
Game shot on
in,
the first
and
side,
Burnett
Richie
is a leg
Burnett.
to the good. And kind of what I mean by that is you watched the sport
Something
20
like
years
Richie
ago.
the
You had
31st.
people like Burnett, people like Painter.
Game
You had characters that they didn't actually have to kind of build any kind of gimmicks or anything like that. They built. Their personalities just shone
66.
through. And I just wonder, and I think it's a sport-wide thing as well. Whether there's just we just lack those one or two characters like that in the game these days.
No
Yeah,
score.
definitely. You know, there's no Peter Manleys are about. There's no sort of mind games, but yeah, I think sometimes when sport do evolve, or sport in general evolves, I said, the
100.
better the kids are getting before they've even reached a certain age, they know how to speak in front of the cameras. They know what to do as such.
100.
Yeah, gone are the days of people like Paul Nicholson wearing shirts and ties and sitting down on hockeys when their opponent's about to walk on.
140.
To be fair, if I did that, I don't think I'd get back up.
Dare we mention the match he had with the Highbrecht brothers?
27.
Says a lot when Simon Whitlock was the calmest man in the room.
$137.
It's good arts there from Rich.
122. Richard Carr,
Darts there
58.
from Rich, from Kev, sorry. But Rich here, 58. Says double top to go 2-0 up with a 14 dart. Looks to close out on 15.
38.
Well, Kevin's smirking about something. I don't know what, but something's tickled his fancy.
100. Richard Carr, 20.
So Burnett back for double 10 to double his lead to 2-zip.
Kevin Carr, 152.
It's outside chance here for Kev on the 152. So 72 looks like might stay up there.
96. Richard Carr, 4.
Burnett, look at 2 2s. To go
Game shot on the
2-0
second leg,
to the
Richard
good.
Burnett. Third leg, Kevin to throw first. Game on. $40.
I can see why Richie is going for that double 13 because it could be a happy
66.
accident falling into the, the falls of the sixes.
Well, it's the area of the board he's in. It's a central part. So by and large, if you miss high, you miss low, you're going to be onto something where if you're at the high portion of the board, then a miss doesn't tend to give you that option. And you've also got that possibility as well. I mean, we saw Connor Scott do it on the double 14 when he played here.
41.
Where he decided to play on that because, again, that gives him an opportunity to find something down the pipe.
78.
So lucky there from Kev.
$60. $70.
Well, I don't think we need to tell you exactly what Kev thought of that. But he has control of this leg as Burnett just does himself some kind of injustice.
60. $43.
Well, Painter leaves himself 130, but he has opened up the door here for Burnett with a decent score. 140 here would make life interesting.
98. Kevin Carr, 130.
So Kev, first poke at the finish in his third leg. Needs another treble 20.
24.
Feel refreshed. 140. Could close the game out.
140. Kevin Carr, 106.
So 106 for Painter to stay in the contest.
So it's 87. Should be looking at treble 17. So it's 70 left. So treble 10.
54.
Treble 18.
Richard Carr, 36.
So this to wrap it up for his zip. Ah, the old double 14 trick. Good guide, good light. Oh, just drops low again.
30.
And so Painter back for 52
Kevin Carr, 52.
to half the deficit. A chance he probably didn't expect to get. It's a chance he takes. And the game goes on. 2-1. Burnett with the darts in leg 4.
First. Game on.
Continuing to persevere on the double 13.
No score.
This could be a good Chance here for Kev. Oh, bent the wire, did it? Oh, again.
40.
I'm going to say if that didn't go in, that's some injustice there, right there.
Manages to bump it in with the last, and so Burnett looking to chase around. And this is how quickly these games can turn. Burnett looking comfortable, had darts to win 3-zip. But now he's struggling to get off in leg 4. Painter could break back, and all of a sudden we're going to a last leg decider when this game, if we're going to be perfectly honest, looked all but over.
97.
And it's that word that begins with M again. That momentum.
60.
Where are we on the momentumometer, Keegs?
I think at the moment it might be sitting with Kev a little bit more than Rich.
140.
Yeah, we'll be after that leg. Sorry, that visit.
And we could well be heading to a last leg. However, Burnett is going to keep Painter honest all the way to the line in this leg.
$100. 26. Kevin your car 124.
So Kev 1T full. Might be looking at the 18s. 18 relief a ton.
24.
He's left himself on the ton, and Burnett really can't keep pace. However, another one here will make things interesting. Number one does make things interesting because both players now on 2 darters in mid-range. Painter first poke at the ton. Now that's inviting for the treble. Couldn't find. And so Burnett
60.
here, does he attack it or does he play safe by going 25 first?
Be interesting. Looks like Rich might go in 57. Oh well, fooled me. So it's 88. So it could be treble 16 for tops. Or double 14 for the wrap up the win.
67.
Kisses the wire.
Kevin your car 40.
And so Painter is back looking at double top to square up at 2-2 and to take us all the way in this contest. It's a game that Burnett could have wrapped up 3-zip, but it's a game that's going to be heading all the way to a last leg decider. Painter dogged again, and we go to a last leg decider. And less of this fist bump philosophy. Richie Burnett with a little tap on the back. But he may well be kicked in the shins, rather ironically, if he loses this from this position.
45.
Kerry be happy with that, getting off at this mark. So with Richie.
41.
Literally 4 points in it at the moment between both players.
$135.
Vintage Painter there.
Well, it doesn't throw the cat amongst the pigeons, but it certainly throws Burnett out the race, you feel, if he loses this one. And that's just off the fact that he would
29.
be stranded on 6 points. And either Gulliver or Thornton, either Thornton can move on to 10 points, 4 in front of Richie with 6 left to play for. Gulliver can move 2 clear. And yes, there'd still be traffic
100.
in front of him, and it would only be 2 points. But because there's that much traffic in front of Burnett, it would make life difficult. And his next match is against Scott Mitchell. And is he just beginning to feel this slip away from his fingers? Is he just beginning to
57.
butter this match up?
$43.
So you feel for Rich. He's doing it. He needs a big 2 treble visits. And that's one of them. Needs to find another.
140.
There's ways of hitting 140s, and that is one of them.
135.
That's good darts there from Kev to leave 43 after 15. So after surviving a couple of match darts, Kev's now in the opportunity for winning this match. So it's 2 darts, a double 16.
Getting shot in the match.
Well, he was 2-0 down. He faced darts to lose 3-zip, but Kevin Pater has wheeled off 3 on the spin. He gets his first win, and it's sealed with a Richie Burnett kiss. A beautiful embrace between them two. Pater gets his first win on the board in this Group C. Coming up after the break, Trina Gulliver takes on Robert Thornton.
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have one dart.
Requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for the tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
Requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Welcome back. It's the Modus Super Series, and we are in double trouble here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And we've got Trina Gulliver and Robert Thornton going head-to-head in our 6th match, the final game from the 2nd round of fixtures this afternoon. And this a big one in establishing how the world order is going to stand in this group. A win for Thornton in this one would put him on to 10 points in the group. He'd be level with Scott Mitchell, leapfrog Andy Hamilton into second. However, if Trina Gulliver can win this particular contest, then we have got a logjam, because you'd have Mitchell on 10 points, and then you'd have 3 other players on 8 points, Burnett a couple back on 6, and Painter, having picked up his first points before the break with a 3-2 win over Burnett, would be on 2 points adrift at the bottom
32.
of the table. Gulliver getting off last start. Both players getting off last start of their opening visits. And it's now all about who can race away in the scoring stakes in this opening leg.
121.
That's exactly what Robert Thornton's done there. As far as the meeting between these two yesterday were concerned, it went all the way to a last leg decider.
100.
Thornton edging Gulliver out by 3 legs to 2. Ton checkout en route to that particular success. But Trina is going to have to overturn that
41.
particular scoreline from yesterday. She's going to give herself the best fighting chance of qualifying for Double Trouble 4's Saturday Showdown finale.
60.
I thought you got all very continental over us then, Henners.
Well, we are live across the world.
59.
To be fair, Trina, I thought Trina's played really well today so far. She's had a very similar weight.
100.
Oh, what a dart that was. You know, she's had a very similar weight between, obviously, Kevin, his second match. You know, I think that's the thing, isn't it, where
24.
you know, there's always that one period of waiting a good 2 or 3 matches before you go back on. There's nothing worse when you feel you're semi-cooled again, if that makes sense.
How would you deal with those breaks
99.
in play, those breaks in terms of the pattern of play matches in a day?
So what I try to do is have a quick
95.
10-minute practice sessions just to keep the arm sort of flowing, because there's nothing worse where if you sit down and, you know, some of these games could be over within, you know, 10, 15 minutes, and, you know, sometimes if you do sit down for too much, it does feel like you're
40.
you know, starting all over again.
Drop the car 121.
So 1-2-1 for Thornton. No longer on the cards, and so Gulliver's going to get
41.
first poke to win this
Junior car
opening leg.
70.
Couple of straight ones leaves tops. And tops it is to the Golden Girl.
Getting shot the first
Her
leg, Trina
finishing
Gulliver.
has been absolutely remarkable, Trina Gulliver. 1-0.
Second leg, Robert to throw first. Game on.
And I think there's a quiet air of belief. She's not someone that's ever going to shout for the rooftops, Trina. But you can tell inside that she feels as if she's bubbling up to something here today.
This is what we expect from a 10-time world champion.
No score.
But it's like we said before, darts is all about feeling confident, isn't it? If you're feeling confident, you know you're not going to miss.
79. $32.
Perfect first. Perfect second.
140.
That just whistles the leg away from Trina, with the exception of a very big score here. And by big score, you sense maximum score. Definitely need to pick off a treble now just to
60.
keep herself in and around it. Thornton's got acres of space now in this leg.
And that's one thing you don't want to give is Robert Thornton space, because he will use it.
26.
Commentator's curse, that's what I'm going to put that down to.
We'll ignore and move on, Keeks. However, Gulliver may well be an interested party in this leg all of a sudden.
Just like that, she's now only 14 behind Robert.
And how smart, by the way, is that switch down? Because it means that Solitary Ton leaves herself on a finish, thinking ahead in the leg.
$60. Robert Car 116.
Nearly played out to perfection there.
$60.
So a good couple of trebles here. from Trina could put some pressure on Roberts. 56. She's definitely going the right way. So it's either should be looking at the. It'd be ironic, wouldn't it? 170 to leave tops, or she might go the 54 option to leave 36.
121.
Oh, that's unlucky. It's good art.
56.
Gives herself an 89 if she gets a look in, because Thornton's looking at
Getting shown the
tops.
second leg, Robert
And you know when
Thornton.
Thornton's in form, because tops is on a string, and we're level at 1-1.
Third leg Trina to throw first. Game on. No score.
Well, heading downstairs, but whatever the target, Gulliver not getting any joy with the first visit there. Thornton has made
56.
such a beeline for being successful in terms of the shuffle across to the 18th. If tops is blocked, he will move across to that target. He does so with effect. However, if Gulliver could pick off a treble here,
80.
despite the fact that she wouldn't have scored anything for her first turn, she would have been in front of the leg still.
$100.
You see, Phil Trina's definitely not out this leg just yet.
83.
That's a good 83. That was a good switch. Obviously felt like the bed was too blocked.
180.
Well, that's way more like it from Robert, and now has taken the leg away for Trina, and now has a real bona fide opportunity to break the throw of the Golden Girl.
95.
So Robert looking for the treble then to leave the 85.
65.
Yeah, to be fair, Trina's played really well, I thought, today so far.
$47. Robert Car 100.
I'll go tops.
60. $83. Robert Car 40.
Second time Trina's caught the flights there so far in this match.
$20. Trina Car 113.
Outside, following the inside miss, and so Gulliver looking at 113 to lead this game by 2 legs to 1. Shots off.
66.
That's a big
Robert
class
Car
dart, just
20.
recovers the visit. Just in case there's more misses from the
Getting
form,
shown
but
the
there's
third
not.
leg, Robert Thornton.
Thornton breaks, he leads 2-1, and he's got the darts here to get the job done. And I think
Fourth leg,
Trina will
Robert,
feel
to
as she
first.
loses this
Game
game
on.
that an opportunity's been missed here. She took the front, and she had chances in that previous leg to really pile
No
it on
score.
Thornton, was unable to really take advantage. But a double start for the former Grand Prix champ does open up and present another opportunity.
100.
We'll take the ton and run with it. God, how about this?
160.
160 star, having gone treblers for the first turn.
$140. $80.
So Trina got a fantastic opportunity.
81.
You feel that's a good marker for Robert there.
97.
Well, he's himself on 164. Gulliver, even with a ton, will probably fancy her chances. That's to pick up a couple of big trebles now.
20. Rubber car
Just went down
164.
there to guarantee whatever she did, she left herself in a position to finish the leg off. But there's to finish the match off.
Game shown the match.
And to
Robert
finish
Thornton.
it off in some style, a 164 for Robert Thornton, which puts him on to 10 points. He and Scott Mitchell are the two that really are chasing the top of the group now. For Trina Gulliver, that might be a costly defeat, but for Robert Thornton, that's a huge win. A 3-1 success over the Golden Girl, Trina Gulliver. Next up, Bonetta Mitchell.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jorgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go over the tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Van Skeet's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Van Ski is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Van Ski do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion. Jeff Smith.
So it's 6 games down here at Double Trouble 4 before the break. Robert Thornton got the better of Trina Gulliver by 3 legs to 1. So it's the Thorn and Scott Mitchell that lead the way as far as this Group C is concerned. They're both on 10 points respectively. And we can have a little look at that for you now. So 10 points for Mitchell and Thornton. Hamilton on 8. Burnett and Gulliver both on 6. Kevin Painter is deep-rooted to the bottom of the pile with just that solitary win to his name. Right, let's get into some more darts, shall we? And we've got Scott Mitchell and Richie Burnett ready to tow the fabled Live Lounge Oki. For Richie, he lost out to Kevin Painter last time out of defeat, which may well put pay to his hopes of qualifying through. He was 2-0 up in that contest against the artist, up against Scott, who On 10 points in the group, he can move on to 12. He'll go 4 clear of Andy Hamilton. With Trina Gulliver, the Hammers' next opponent in the next game. Thornton then takes on Painter. But perhaps a little bit of a glimmer of hope for everybody else in the running is Mitchell and Thornton still do have to play one another. So if they do both win, you pick your fighter in the next.
60.
Panette off the mark.
Yeah, that sounds very cliche, but you feel like this is a must-win for both players.
81.
To get the old points back on the board. You know, Scott gets his winner. He'll be soundly on 12 points. And obviously Richie, he will be chasing the pack.
Well, Richie Burnett could potentially...
100.
He's still in the race, but he's going to have to do a lot right. But what it could also be for everybody else is a bit of a perpetual spoiler to everybody else's party. Beats Mitchell here, he ruins his Friday
59.
afternoon. Beats Andy Hamilton, definitely ruin his Friday afternoon. Beats Trina Gulliver, will ruin Trina's afternoon and mean that she'll be sat here tomorrow night.
41.
And trust me, you know, Keegan, all too well that losing darts matches is bad enough. Let alone losing darts matches and your prize for it is to sit in a studio next to Henry Deacon makes it even worse.
Nah, you're a good egg there, Hennes. There's a lot worse out there. You know, every team needs someone else. You need to make somebody look better, don't they? Only joking.
140.
So Richie again back to the action. That could be a good lie for 125.
28. Scott the car 140.
Scott now. He's got 6 starts and it's 140. Yeah, solid ton net to leave tops. You feel like obviously Scott's going to break the darts here.
97. Scott the car
However,
40.
as well as he's been doubling in on tops, doubling out has caused him a couple of concerns so far today.
Getting shot the first leg,
But
Scott
none
Mitchell.
there. 16 darts was all Mitchell needed to put himself one up.
Second leg, Scott to throw first. Game on.
Interestingly, he was telling me yesterday that he's going through the old wardrobe, is Scott Mitchell. Yesterday's shirt was the shirt that he wore back in 2015, or one of the shirts he wore in 2015. This one is the shirt that he wore
80.
when he defended his Lakeside title back in 2016, where he lost out to Richard Vainstro in the quarterfinals.
75.
That was the end of his defence of the title. Of course, Richie Burnett, when he was defending the World
100.
Championship, got through to the final, didn't he? Lost out to Steve Beaton. That game, incredibly, next month will be 30 years ago.
140.
Which is just balmy, isn't it, really? When you come to think of it. And they're still both competing at the top level, both Richie and Steve.
60.
There is rumours circulating that Steve Beaton might be going to Q School in January.
Let's be honest, it'd be good for the sport, wouldn't it? To have
60.
the bronze Adolis back in the ranks. And I think that's the thing, you know, sometimes you don't want to go back on the Pro Tour sort of life, but you still want to remain busy with the Challenge Tour. And, you know, to be fair, there's great opportunities and there's different avenues now and, you know, that sort of thing.
140.
Right, did Richie Burnett just try and give his speaker a kiss?
Well, to be fair, he was filming some stuff just obviously before the players actually walked on
45.
earlier, and
Scott McCall, 121.
Richie almost knocked over one of the lights. Clean off.
Yes. And he was in very fine form, but everything that he said cannot be repeated on live television.
Probably looking for a big one.
81.
Oh, just again, typically solid from Scott. Tops left after 5 visits again.
41. Scott McCall, 40.
So tops to make it 2-0. One up. One
Gates on
in.
the second leg, Scott Mitchell.
And it is 2-0 to the 2015 champion of the world. In fact,
Third leg,
these two
Richie,
won
the
their
third
world
first.
championships
Game on.
20 years removed. Burnett 1995, Scott Mitchell 2015.
No score.
So that makes me, I was 3 for one and 23 for the other.
I wasn't born when Richie Burnett won the world title. I was just about doing my GCSEs when Scott Mitchell did.
120.
Yeah, there's good darts there from Scott. I feel, you know, it sounds daft, Hennis, doesn't it? But
32.
You know, I think that loss to Kev's really dented Richie's confidence, hasn't it? Because I think Richie would have, you know, without being rude to Kev, he would have looked at Kev and said, right, that's the 2 points, that puts me on, you know, 8 points, and all of a sudden it's game on.
It's like a
100.
great big balloon has burst in the confidence of Richie Burnett. Suddenly that hope that sprang eternal has
30.
just been completely evaporated.
So Scott, that makes a good marker. One scope in between the two darts.
41.
Well, Burnett, he's almost kind of played the role of
83.
passenger in this game. Now, Mitchell has played well, averaging in excess of 90, 2 from 3 in terms of his finishing doubles in this contest. And Burnett has just not been able to keep pace with him. And Scott here could get rid of him
60.
double quick time. We haven't seen a 3-0 yet on this Friday afternoon, but Scott Mitchell looks as if he's in a position where he's going to very quickly go and do that, because
40.
Burnett looks floundered all over the gaff. Mitchell 180 points away from a 3-zip win.
Well, I think that's the thing, isn't it? Scott's played himself into these situations really well over the last couple of days, and you know that's why top of the pack.
140.
And it looks like he's going to extend the lead over Robert and Andy. So it looks like, you know, halfway, well, just after the second round of matches, it looks like
81.
the table's really
Scott
looking
McCall,
up
40.
for, obviously, Scott, Robert, and obviously Andy still got his chance.
Double 10. He's not enjoyed this target today, but he
Game
does
showing
there,
about Scott
and that's
Mitchell.
a 3-0 win for Scott Mitchell. It puts him on to 12 points, puts him 4 points clear. Vandy Hamilton in 3rd place in the table, and it also puts him 2 clear of Robert Thornton. We're going to see the hammer next. He takes on Trina Gulliver after a superb display there from Scott Mitchell. 3-0 win over Richard Burnett, having an excess of 90 and 3 from 5 in his doubles. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. the new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler.
So, we're at the midway point of our day here at Double Trouble 4. Before the break, we saw Scott Mitchell get the better of Richie Burnett by 3-0. Our 8th game sees Andy Hamilton and Trina Gulliver go head-to-head. Now, for Andy,
First leg, Andy.
a win here would put him on to 10 points, level with Robert Ford, who still has to play
Game on.
Kevin Painter in this round of fixtures. For Trina Gulliver, she had opportunities to pose the form, was unable to do so. But what she can do is make Andy Hamilton's afternoon feel a lot more grimmer, rather than give him a glimmer of hope of qualifying for Saturday night's finale.
80.
Let's get a start from Trina. And he's been so relentless on them double 16s today.
36. $100. $140.
Let's get 140 there from And.
$100.
Let's go. Dart there to kick off this throw from Andy.
81.
That first dart sat perfectly for Trina. Finds the second. Hamilton's in trouble in this first leg. Gulliver is threatening the earliest of all early breaks. There is a real focus and poise on the
134
of the Golden Girl. I really liked some of the aspects of what we've seen from Trina today. I think there's a lot of positives to take from the last couple of days. As I say, I think just probably a few roughening around the edges is probably going to be the next step to take her to that next level, which I know she's trying to rediscover again.
She's definitely going about the right ways to getting back there. So Andy now 110, so be looking at 54 for 36. Oh, that's unlucky. Well, that's good. Our sleeve 24.
Junior car 40.
So tops for Trina to get the break and to take out the opening leg.
The
tops is
Trina
found
Gulliver.
by Trina Gulliver, and she opens up a 1-0 lead.
Second leg Trina to throw first. Game on.
Again, in straight away.
61. $53.
You ready for
100.
today's tungsten teaser, Keeks?
No, not at all. Yeah, go for it.
How many players have made their debut at this year's PDC World Darts Championship? With 128 players in the field, how many are on
100.
debut?
All I know is that you've said there are going to be more people winning tour cards this
60.
year.
Hey, everybody's winning tour cards next year if you go by my rule of thumb.
$58.
Little slip there from Trent.
22.
That's third time over the course of the afternoon where the darts have just drifted into the wrong segment.
$96.
So to be fair, Trent is only 60 behind. She will feel this is a good opening. We know what Andy's definitely capable of doing.
60.
So you feel for Andy needs a good treble visit to get below a ton to put some pressure on the Gulliver throat.
$84.
Well, 110 for Hamilton to level up at 1 apiece. Gulliver, she can find a ton here, leave herself on a 2 dart, went across to the 18s.
110.
110 though for Hamilton to break back and to level this game up. Triple 18 would have left the double.
50. Trina car 140.
Well, this would be a hammer blow for Hamilton if Gulliver could convert. And that sat fair for a second. Just drops low.
100.
I'll tell you what, that was a bit precarious for a second. However, Hamilton being put under the ultimate pressure here.
So it's big 20 for double top for Rand to get onto the board.
Getting shot in the second leg, Andy Hamilton.
Piece. Of course, the hammer trademark going low on the 20 to give himself the best opportunity of seeing an open target for tops. Of course, you see other countermeasures now, don't we, in terms of trying to mitigate that. I know Josh Rock tries, and Luke Little, of course, as well, tries to utilise the flatty, throwing that first dart flat to open up the tops bed when they have 60 in hand. In fact, when Luke Littler did play here, we saw him have a game where he just decided to play stacking them all.
120.
Knew his through, so he decided to try a new approach. And if I remember rightly, I think he won that game. I mean, he didn't lose many here, did he?
He's not bad. He wasn't a bad player, was he, at the Modus Super Series?
Don't know what he went on to achieve, mind. Just a world title. Just runner-up in the Youth Sports Personality of the Year. Let's not bring that one back up for him. I'm not sure he was overly pleased.
$100.
Yeah, good ask there for man. Truly cements this leg. You have to feel. To be fair, both players are averaging around the 80 mark, and it's been a really good match.
Seventeens. Gets it. Does he flirt with the bullseye? He does, but he strays wide to the left. We'll return for 42. Gulliver way, way back.
$45. And your car, 42.
So 42 to turn this game on its head. Gulliver led 1-0, just like she did against Robert Thornton, but Hamilton looking to turn the tungsten tide. Double 16 found. That's a 14 darter as well, Kings. Really good leg there from Andy Hamilton.
Yeah, definitely.
Wolfwick treated to throw first. Game on. No score.
Sandy, a really good opportunity to get on before trainer. What a start.
$109. $32.
That's a good dart there for man. Be annoyed to go into the big one there.
$95.
That's a really good first start there for man. Surely.
$139.
You feel from train she needs a big one.
$66.
So you feel 170 for hand. He's going to take full advantage where trainer's back in the 300s. And he has brilliant darts there. You know, to be on a double after 12 darts, doubling on, that's world class, isn't it?
41. And you
Well,
count
tops
40.
to seal the deal for Andy Hamilton to get through to the Saturday night party.
30.
Well, that was rather blobby on the finishing for the hammer.
Tree might go to the 17s. She might stay up there, actually, looking at it. That's a good dart there, 142, 127. But to be fair, and he's got the first dart, so double 5 for the match. So it's double 1 to wrap things up for a 3-1 win. And he gets it.
On the match.
Really good performance that from Andy Hamilton. It keeps himself in the race. He moves on to 10 points. And it looks like Kim and Robert Thornton are going to duke out. Remember, they play in the final round of fixtures. And so he gets the better of Trina Gulliver 3-1. Robert Thornton can move on to 12. Level with Scott Mitchell on points if he can beat Kevin Painter in a couple of moments' time.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Double 10. And Scotland's off to the perfect start.
Look at the head there for Jimmy Bansky, and Burnett steps out, and Richie Burnett does find double 10, and it is a 4-3 victory.
60 to complete a 4-1 success. Third time in the chart, and the Netherlands are into the semi-finals. History is in the making, because for the first time ever, there will be a paired 9-dart shootout. Well, this is the loudest I think I've ever heard in live now. Steve West is in race again. Well, that might well be the biggest cheer we see tonight. And kicks off for Maximin. And I suppose the one advantage of... Well, that is absolutely incredible. Scott Campbell in a 9-dart shootout has found 2 180s. So Scotland and Belgium are into the semi-finals. The Republic of Ireland head for home. The Netherlands are into the final. Much to the delight of this tacked-out Portland.
And he only needed one more. It is Wales that is through to the final.
The Netherlands are the inaugural international pairs champions.
Only one winner. It's the Netherlands.
Join us here at the Live Lounge any Saturday 2026. It could be your Christmas present to your nearest and dearest. Head over to www.dartshop.tv, but make sure you buy a box of chocolates as well with it. Well, we're going to see Robert Thornton and Kevin Painter, and this game number 9 of 15 that we're broadcasting to you this afternoon on Pluto TV. Before the break, we saw Andrew Hamilton get the better of Trina Gulliver by 3 legs to 1.
First leg, Robert to throw
first. Win here for Thornton. We'll put him on to 12 points. He'd leapfrog Andy Hamilton into second position of the table. Him and Scott Mitchell both be tied on 12 points. Mitchell and Thornton do go head-to-head in game number 14.
56.
And the winner of that would move on to 14 points in that particular scenario. And because of the fact Thornton plays Hamilton, in fact, Scott Mitchell, if my maths bear correct, would be through with a win against Robert Thornton come what may. And the reason I'm saying that is because if Thornton loses this game, then obviously 14 points compared to 10 would be too big a gap to bridge. But also, Thornton-Hamilton playing in the final game, irrespective of what happens, they can't all 3 of them be on 14 points in the group. I think Scott Mitchell could be safe as houses if he wins his next game against Thornton. We'll get that confirmed for you, but I think he's very close to Scotty Dog. And also, Mitchell's also got the safety blanket of playing Kevin Painter in the last. And Thornton could be on the cusp of brushing him in this first leg here.
$66. No score. $100.
Well, this could well be the second brush of the day actually for Kev, because he got brushed in. Well, he's gonna avoid that. He's not gonna get that indignity again. He had it earlier on in the day against Andy Hamilton. But Thornton's still got all the time one could possibly
23.
want to get over the line, but he will not be happy with that particular score, because after all that, in his next turn, he may only get 1 dart.
95. Robert Carr, 77.
Well, he's going to get that said dart at tops.
57.
And then he's going to get as much time as he wants at 10s and derivatives. Even if he goes inside on the double 10 in this turn, he may just split, bust, depending on where he's
100.
at with this
Robert
turn.
Carr, 20.
The key's not to go inside with the last dart.
Getting shot
Don't need to worry about that if you hit it first time of asking. Thornton 1 up.
Second leg, Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Well, back
51.
in play is Kev.
$100.
Solid ton for Thornton to kick things off. Taking the darts early on in this second leg.
Good darts there from Kev. Good recovery on that last start to get the 80.
100. 100. 100.
You feel for Kev, it's been a really solid leg. Obviously, Robert hit looking for a treble.
Kevin Carr, 150.
Well, Thornton leaves himself on the finish, both on big outs. Payne not going to find the 150. Thornton has already had a 164. Had it in his previous game against
56.
Trina
Robert Carr,
Gulliver.
164.
And there's nothing sweeter than a repeater, but Thornton's not going to do so twice in a day.
94. 54. Robert Carr, 40.
So Thornton to double up. 2 10s.
20.
Clips
Kevin
the
Carr,
wire.
40.
And so Painter has an opportunity to square this contest up at 1 apiece. If he can find the target that his opponent, Robert Thornton's just missed.
$20.
So lucky there from
Robert
Kev.
Carr, 20.
So 2 10s to Thornton. Oh, that's awkward. That is really awkward. Has to move across. Well, how much more can he move across? Look at that. It's like having Shaquille O'Neal in a football wall trying to get that over the top, but he manages to find a way through. What a dart that was. 2-0.
Third leg, Robert to throw first. Game on. $75. $105.
Well, yesterday was a rather sorry day for Kevin Painter to large swaves, but today has been much better.
100.
Two more days of Super Series action in
125.
2025. 2 more sessions to go after this. Tonight, Group B, and then we have a final tomorrow to see who wins
100.
Double Trouble 4. And we've got a brand new trophy.
101.
It's that fresh that we haven't even had to put any polish on it yet.
$19. Kevin Carr, 170.
170 for Kev. It's not on the cards.
45.
Where's this form coming from Robert?
11. Kevin Carr, 125.
Well, the door of opportunity has opened up for Painter. 1, 2, 5. Trouble 20 leads tops. Perfect for Painter. What a finish that is on the artist. Gets himself on the board in the contest, and it just gives Robert Thornton or Figure 2 to think about. He's finding a second wind here.
80. No score. $160. 174.
That's cracking darts there from Kev.
He is turning on the mojo. And remember, not too long ago, he was at fear of being Basil brushed in a leg.
$100.
What was the other one? Hacker T Dog, wasn't it?
100. Kevin Carr, 147. $131.
So 2 8s for 2 apiece. Painter had trailed in this game by 2-0. But a 13 darter puts it back on terms.
Fifth and final leg, Robert to throw first. Game on.
What was your cartoons growing up?
Cool. See, I'm a 90s kid.
No score.
It's a bit of SpongeBob. See, we didn't really have cartoons. We had a bit of Keaton and Cal, that sort of thing. Saved by the Bell.
31.
Yeah, Arthur. It was a good time, the 90s.
90s kid, noughties kid.
120.
The Crump Twins was a good one as well.
Yeah, I think I vaguely, very vaguely remember them.
$125. $60.
Well, Painter with a 140. Remember, he trailed this game by 2-0, but he's valiantly fought back here. And actually, this would be for his second win of the day,
100.
and this would put big pay to Robert Fulton's hopes of making it through to tomorrow night's final.
60.
And if Thornton's not careful, he might go pop here.
$140. Kevin Carr, 145. $85. Robert Carr, 81. $41. Kevin Carr, 60.
Painter looking to polish off a comeback win, double top. Can he just find a way through the middle? Yes, he can. Into the corner. And that's another win for Kevin Painter. That may well derail the hopes of Robert Fulton making it through to tomorrow night's final. Painter, a 3-2 winner coming up next. Andy Hamilton takes on Richie Burnett. Hello, welcome back. Welcome along to Pluto TV, where Kevin Painter before the break got the better of Roberto Thornton by 3-2. So this is how the table looks after 9 games in this afternoon session. Scott Mitchell leads the way. He's got 12 points to his name. Andy Hamilton and Robert Thornton both on 10. Richie Burnett and Trina Gulliver both on 6. Kevin Painter with just 2 wins on the board in this group, but they have come in his last 2 games. So let's get into the action then. Andy Hamilton and Richie Burnett going head to head on a real sporty afternoon on this Friday. Sport everywhere you look. And of course Pluto TV, which actually the beady-eyed amongst you watching in the United Kingdom may have seen on Wednesday, Pluto TV broadcasting some international football because it was broadcasting the FIFA Intercontinental Cup as Paris Saint-Germain valiantly got past Fluminense. That was some game, that was, and that was live on Pluto TV. In fact, there's some more football on Pluto TV with the first edition of the FIFA Women's Club World Cup coming up live on Pluto TV next month. But back to the darts. Andy Hamilton and Richie Burnett going head to head in game 10 of the session.
72.
For Andy, that was a big win against Trina Gulliver. Found himself in a bit of trouble early on in that game against the Golden Girl, but managed to pull off a 3-1 win against the 10-time world champ. As for Richie Burnett, is it fair to say that he's just beginning to run out of steam a little bit here?
Yeah, it does feel like that, doesn't it? To be fair. So I alluded to earlier, it was that 3-2 loss to Kev, wasn't it? Just looked like it dented his confidence and just couldn't get going, could he?
60.
Well, ton.
140.
80 for Hamilton. Ton average on the nose. And cruising in this first leg. Really cruising.
66.
Well, Hamilton's left himself 135. He's always left himself in and around something handy, hasn't he, after 4 visits to the board? As Burnett sees a more amplified of his scorpion kicks there. 25 found. Doesn't have to go for the bull if he doesn't want to. If he found the treble, we'll never know the answer to that particular equation.
63.
If it were Richie, steady 105, it puts him back in the leg. Oh, that's brilliant darts. Should be looking at treble 19 or treble 15. Just as good.
And your car 72.
So 72 for Hamilton. One dart. A double top to take the front. Burnett's crept up. But he's not going to get an opportunity. Hamilton manages to hang on and lead 1-0.
That's vintage hammer there.
Through first. Game on. No score.
Is this the point where perhaps playing the whole week is just beginning to catch up with Richie?
Yeah, 100%. You know, sometimes it is hard to keep playing your best darts every day.
$34.
I suppose the other thing as well, that he's 58 years of age, and I can imagine playing the full week. It takes a toll on the body as a young person, let alone somebody at, shall I say, a twilight-ish age.
I think that's the thing, isn't it? We forget that they're not in their 20s or 30s or 40s anymore when you know, keep me playing darts at the age where obviously Phil Taylor retired takes a lot of doing, doesn't it?
Well, Burnett gets his first max of the contest. It's the third game in 4 that Burnett has found a maximum today.
85. $140.
Yeah, good ask there for man. Bang on cue.
52.
Well, Burnett needs something out the top drawer, but he's unable to muster up the 152, and so Hamilton
60.
will come
And
back,
your car,
looking at
102.
102 to go 0-2 up. And it would certainly give him some legs to breathe.
86. Richard
That's
Carr,
a Burnett.
92.
Everything from this point onwards, because of the truncated best of 5, just feels like it's must get. And so Hamilton will return, looking at 2 6s.
16.
Sorry, 2 8s to go 2 zip up.
Getting shot in the second leg, Andy Hamilton.
Just so consistent today, isn't it?
Just solid all round.
Third leg, Andy
2
to throw
from 2 on the
first.
doubles.
Game on.
2-0 up. 2-ton 80s, 88.5 average. Pick your department. There's a lot to be happy about if you're Andy Hamilton.
And let's be honest, Andy it's just absolutely been superb, hasn't it? Let's be honest. Throughout today. You know, and to be fair, we were looking at that group at the beginning of the day, and I did have a funny inkling that Andy was going to start charging to the line, and you know, he's definitely making good, you know, good length on the table, isn't he?
Well, he played steady enough yesterday to suggest that he could make a move like he has today. Didn't play poorly by any means. It was just 1 or 2 games that he probably would look back on and think, I should have capitalised a little bit more. But now he really is making hay while the sun shines. 2-0 up in this one. Burnett struggling to get away. Manages to do so eventually. And now Hamilton, all he has to do is just keep him straight from here on in. Keep him steady from here on in. And he should be able to wrap this job up with consummate ease.
97.
It's a good dart there for Mand. Oh, superb. He might stay there to leave 101, 100 even.
133.
Well, he's very much on the cusp. And this would go down as one of the 138 checkouts in history.
140 and a car 138.
138 then for the match. For 3-0 win and for a rampage over Richie Burnett. Everything about this has just been so solid and professional.
58.
And now he's to within a couple of darts of wrapping it up.
I feel with Richie's been that first dart that's let him down was just millimetres, just below the treble 20.
93. And your car 80.
It's one dart double top, but it's a very obscure target.
40.
Hopes to come back, barring
145.
a Burnett banger. And he's not going to find the 145, and so Hamilton will return for tops to complete a comprehensive 3-0 win.
40.
That's the thing. It could be a 3-0 win So that's a massive legs department for Andy. So it's 210s.
Game shot in the match.
And the
Andy
double
Hamilton.
10 is found, and Andy Hamilton is just beginning to stretch away. He's edging closer now towards Saturday night's final. He'll watch on rather interestedly to see how Scott Mitchell and Robert Thornton will get on when they face off in a couple of moments' time.
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart for the match.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Well, he got the tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Andy Hamilton got the better of Richie Burnett by 3-0. So, Trina Gulliver, Kevin Pater and Richie Burnett are all out of double trouble 4. Scott Mitchell is all but through to Saturday night, but could become the first player to automatically qualify through this group if he can get the better of Robert Thornton here in Game 11. Now, what does help Scott is the fact that Thornton and Hamilton go head-to-head in Game 13 in their final match of the group. So it's going to take some miracle. Effectively, he's kind of got to lose both games 4-0. And then Thornton to go a bit as a 3-0 side. I keep forgetting the format, Keegs. I'm so used to it. So if he loses both his games 3-0 and Thornton does likewise, then he would be out.
56.
Henry, there's a lot of anger coming from you. Please don't hurt your little hands. Please don't do that. That's all we need is another comment, somebody else here at the Super Series with a cast on today.
Yes, because you've got Steve
140.
West playing in a cast. And he's going to be a part of the cast tonight from 10 o'clock here on Pluto TV.
Was he commentating as well?
41.
He's a part of the cast. I'm guessing he's...
The playing cast.
Oh, right.
No, he's not part of the talent. That's fully reserved for me and you sat up here in the studio, Keegs.
36.
One man's certainly doing the heavy lifting today. And it's definitely not me.
60.
And obviously getting back to the action, it looks like...
See? That's what I mean.
Scott Mitchell is making inroads on his throw at the moment. And you need, these are the legs where, you know, sometimes when you are leader of the pack, you get a
60.
bit complacent, you relax a little bit, and, you know, he can't let it go because he knows that Robert Fulton would hit something special and then take something special out. Because he is that sort of player.
100.
You know, he's very much so. If you've done it once, you can do it again.
$140.
Well, Mitchell leads himself on 85 to open up a 1-0 lead.
Scott Lucar 85.
And to get himself on the board in this contest.
Maybe looking at the bullseye. Oh, what way, Scott? What way are you going? So it's double top for an 85 checkout. Absolutely smart bang. One thing that's impressed me is his double top today.
Second leg Robert to throw first.
It's just all week. It's been the most solid I've seen him for a while. And as we know, and as you know all too well, having played him professionally, one thing that he's carved a career out of is maybe not always being the best player in the room, but what he will be is the most consistent.
100%.
$80.
You know, in theory, you feel like this has to be a most-win game for Robert. Because obviously if he loses this and then beats Andy, it's the leg difference, isn't it? And at the moment, he's...
40.
Well, compared to Andy, he's actually minus 9 legs. And that's, like we always say, if you get to 9 or 10 legs, that's worth an extra 2 points alone.
Well, even more so in this format, because it's best of 5 as opposed to best of 7, and I will remember
60.
that one day. 6 points, or 6 legs, shall I say, will be the gap as opposed to the usual 8 that you kind of get used to in the best of 7. Well, there's a max for Thornton.
$100.
Well, we've seen flashes of brilliance from Thornton today, but I suppose the one thing that's let him down is maybe been just that little bit of consistency. Has let himself a 1-for-1 here to equalise the game at 1-1.
Could be a good marker for an 85 there. And he uses it
85.
absolutely perfect. So
141.
he needs a good score to start this off.
$77.
It was good make up there. So Scott a nice little 136 or 140. Puts a lot of pressure on Robert 64. He's definitely going the right way about things.
$100. Robert Carr 64.
Got to try and make Robert feel as vulnerable as possible, and that ton is just going to cause some concern as he looks at the top of the shop to level up at 1 apiece.
Third leg Scott to throw first. Game on.
There's always 3 certainties in life: death, taxes, and Robert leaving tops.
No score. 45.
Well, we are equilibrionic at 1 apiece. Well, doesn't matter which double, as long as you find one. Double one's as good as double top because it gets you away.
42.
Do you know what I think about? I think Scott did that early in the day, didn't he? Against Andy Hamilton.
And that was, if I remember rightly, he wasn't close to being brushed, but he was in a bit of danger in that leg, if
40.
I remember rightly enough.
That's a good treble 20 there from Scott.
140.
Absolutely superb 140.
$96. $100.
Wow, he says. There's a feeling that we might be getting to a point here
7.
where Thornton may well be relying on a big win against Andy Hamilton in the last. Although, I'm just again having a look at the legs difference. Now,
140.
Thornton and Hamilton playing the last game. Now, if Thornton loses this 3-1, he'd be on +1 leg difference. Hamilton would be on +11.
28. Scott
That wouldn't be good enough, would it?
No, so it's literally...
It's all on this.
Yeah, Robert needs to win this and then win the last match because his legs difference is sadly a lot worse than the first two in the group. But like we always say, that if you can get that leg difference to a good level, it's always worth an extra 2 points in the bank. Always say that.
71.
And so Scott Mitchell here is effectively doing a job for Andy Hamilton at the same time. He can send himself and the hammer through one fell swoop. As Thornton hits a 180 to leave 105. Mitchell looking at double 4. It's a leg away.
On the third
It's a
leg,
leg
Scott
away
Mitchell.
from confirming everything with a round to go.
Fourth leg, Robert to through first. Game on. No score.
This is the sort of opportunities you're not given very lightly from Robert Thornton.
60. No score.
What would Scott Mitchell do just for a treble visit?
45.
Would be a perfect marker for Robert.
Well, that was a wire
No
bender
score.
if I've ever seen one, but unable to then convert with dart 3. And so Mitchell's got the room that he wants. He's got time on his side.
140.
That's one of my favourite Rolling Stones songs.
$96.
Well, Thornton looked stunned that he finally hit one.
Do you know what the weirdest thing about Robert? Robert is this type of player where he could go 180, 180 and out in 2 darts.
And it wouldn't surprise you in the slightest if he did.
100.
Not at all. Not at all. But nevertheless, it's really good to see
48.
Robert here this week playing the game.
156.
156 for Mitchell. Plenty of time. He'd just be happy with a square ton here.
This is when it just becomes simple darts, doesn't it? Nothing too rational, just big numbers, and it will get the job done quicker. Because you think now Robert has to hit a good, well, I would have said 5 out of 6 trebles in 2 throws.
111.
Well, to paraphrase Neil Warnock, enjoy it, but enjoy it by being disciplined. Mitchell looking at 111, treble 17 for tops.
$41.
So 70 left to complete a 3-1 win. A comprehensive 3-1 win. And it would mean that he'd be
60.
through. And it'd also
car
mean
70.
that Andy Hamilton would join him.
I think is what you have to remember, Robert didn't get off for 12 darts, so it was a good thing, because he gave, obviously he's got a lot of opportunity here. So it's double top to wrap up for a 3-1 victory.
30.
The time is very much on his side.
$134. Scott
Well, that does apply some pressure. Mitchell to send himself through, and as a consequence of it, dumping Robert Thornton out. Andy Hamilton to be watching on rather happily. Double 10. Double 10 is there, and Scott Mitchell is into Saturday night. And that will be a sign of real sweet relief for him, because last time he was here, you may remember he was on 10 points after day 1 and didn't make it through. That is a relieved man. That means so much for him, because he's been through so much. You can just see the emotion pouring from his face. For Robert Thornton, it's not to be. We're going to take a break. Trina Gullivan, Kevin Painter joins us on the other side. Legs difference, it means that the Fawn season will come to an end after he plays Sir Andrew of Hamilton in game number 13. So next up, it is Trina Gulliver and Kevin Painter, game 12 of 15 that we're going to be broadcasting this afternoon. Then we're going to be back tonight from 10 p.m. to bring you the conclusion of Group B here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth before our final night's worth of play takes place Saturday, 7:30 p.m. live here on Pluto TV. So, Trina Gulliver gets us underway against Kevin Painter, who has won his last 2 games. And a matter of fact, a 3-0 win. I mean, they'd both be level on 6 points minus 9 legs difference going into the final game of the session. Trina would take on Richie Burnett. Scott Mitchell is Kevin Painter's final opponent.
No score.
I think there's one thing as well documented, but obviously Kev's going through in the dart in terms where we tend not to say it. But I think one thing with Kev, he's done really well. He's kept it really under control, and I find that he's got a lot of rhythm there today. A lot of rhythm. I think there was only one for a couple of practice throws as such that he had to work through the routine. But other than that, he's looked really good all day.
He's looked far more relaxed, hasn't he, more than anything? There's been a lot more fluency.
32.
And I do think as well, maybe the fact that he knew going into today that, I know the book has put a price up on him to get through, but realistically it wasn't going to happen. He could just play with that bit more freedom, and I think we've seen
60.
the fruits of that.
Yeah, 100%. And, knowing Kev, I've known Kev for a good 10, 15 years now, and I think today Kev would be happy to
45.
win half of his games. It's always the small sort of wins as such.
Don't know about you, but I think 4 points would have been his target for the day, and he's achieved it. So
60.
the last couple are pretty much free hits for him.
100%. And the thing is, he's, there was times where it looked like Richie was going to go into the top 3, then potentially catapult himself in, and Kev played absolutely fantastic to get the win there, and has caused a lot of errors for Richie along the way.
$97.
And even like the 3-2 win he had over Robert, that's massively dented Robert now. Robert was looking really good, and all of a sudden, them 2 wins now, obviously he's now
41.
not going to be included in tomorrow's night.
Well, it's the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, really, isn't it?
100%. And, just because you might
45.
be at the bottom end of the table as such, you still play such a massive, significant part in the table.
To quote Rod Studd, any outcome is possible, no matter how unlikely it may seem.
100. $95.
I think this is what the Modus Super Series provides all year round, is absolutely fantastic competitive darts, absolutely world class. From you think of this year alone, we've had people from all across the world playing at the Modus Super Series, and that's just full credit to all the team here that makes it possible for us dart players to do that.
Yeah, it is a big team effort, and
100.
we have a great team that work here. Trina looking at 1-2-4 to take the opening leg across for treble 18. Doesn't get treble 18, and so Painter back for 44.
29. Kevin Carr, 44.
So Kevin, 44. So there's 2 darts at double top. 1 at double 10.
Game shown the first leg, Kevin Painter.
So Painter breaks, leads by a leg to 0.
Second leg, Kevin to throw first. Game on.
I think that's the thing here. Obviously, at the Modus Super Series, it's just such a well-oiled machine, isn't it? Everyone always plays their part, and I've got the best of both worlds. I experience as a player, but I also experience as a commentator, and yeah, it's just an absolutely fantastic thing to be a part of.
43.
Yeah, it's a great fun team. I know we have our laughs and our bit of banter and things like that, but we've got a really good team here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth that do a sterling job, working all hours. We really do have some incredible people that work here, and there's a lot of people
95.
that you don't see in front of the camera, and they are
45.
and they are very, very good people, and they've genuinely Keegs, they've been an absolute pleasure to work with this year, and I'm sure
100.
I'm sure tomorrow night, after all is said and done, we will convene for a quiet reflection of the year, and we will say goodbye to each other over Christmas and then see each other again in January. Although I did hear first round's on you,
99.
Keeks.
No. I went out in the first round.
No surprises there.
140 to Nuka 164.
Gulliver looking at 164 to level back up at 1 apiece. Treble 18, unable to get.
84. 100 to Nuka 80.
So Trina looking for 80. So it's 2 at double 10.
Game shown the second leg, Trina Gulliver.
1-1, level up.
Third leg, Trina to roll first. Game on.
It's been quite a good level match, I find, this one. At what point do you move over? Do you move to the next double?
Now, I'm not a great dart player, Keegan.
Wow, who would have thought that?
However, in
41.
my unesteemed opinion, if it's blocked, move. That would be, if I was playing double star, that would be my mantra. And that's exactly what Trina's done there. It's blocked, move.
92.
Of course, you're a big 16s man, weren't you, when you played at the Grand Prix?
Yes, I was. I had the worst sort of routine going in for the Grand Prix, and
59.
I'll go 32 and straight up for treble 20. And then somebody said to me one day, well, you're so good on treble 19, why don't you go 32 treble 19? And ever since that moment, that was just before obviously COVID, and never played at the Grand Prix since. So when obviously had the chance this year to play in double treble at the beginning of the year, I always went 32, 57, 57.
82.
See, some would say it's a big adjustment, but when you're Keegan Brown, you don't need to worry about such things.
Well, I don't know about that, Hennes. No, to be fair, I think, like I say to so many people, don't make darts any harder than it already is. Trying to make it easier where, it's things like, I try to always, if I could get two of the same trebles on the finish, I would. So like, 152, 154 is always 19s, always 19s for me, and you're always staying on that sort of part of the board. Or, 118 is another one where I'd work on the treble 17s. So, 51, 51 double 8 or 51, 17 ball sort of thing. But yeah, it's just trying to make darts easier. We make it so more complicated, and it doesn't really need to, does it?
A simple game made hard because of dart players.
And that is how hard we do make
140 to Nuka 153.
Good 140 that from Kev. 153 plays 130.
Just a
right.
handful of times that's happened today, isn't it, to train up?
26. Kevin the car
Looks like it's just
130.
ricocheting into the wrong section. But Kev won't mind. Another one relieved, double 5. So it's the bullseye to go 2-1 up.
88.
And so now Trina leaves
Trina
herself
Car
on
127.
127 in game. Not to be.
$25. Kevin the car 42.
So Kev, 42 to go, 2-1 up to the good. So there's 2 darts at 32.
$26.
I wasn't that
Trina
far away,
car
was it?
102.
And so 102 for Gulliver to put herself 2-1 to the good in this contest. Bull or treble 14. Went for the bull. Picks off treble 17 with the last. Painter 2-8.
16.
Treble 17, by the way, which is left double free.
Getting shot on the third leg, Kevin Painter.
But Painter won't care. 2-1 to the good.
Fourth leg, Kevin to
Makes the
throw
throw
first.
and now has
Game
the
on.
darts in this one to dispatch the 10-time world champ.
No score.
A yelp from Kevin Painter. But he
No
gets some
score.
help from Trina Gulliver, not getting a treble with her first 3 darts.
That's a good dart there from Kev.
60. No score.
And so Painter here has room to manoeuvre. And using that room rather well.
140.
Piles in a 140. Gulliver really is under it here.
$92.
You feel for Kev. It's a good 3 darts in front of Trina.
45.
Just unlucky that. Brilliant darts there from the Golden Girl.
180.
Golden darts and the Golden Girl. And now this leg has a different complexion to it all of a sudden. Painter looks so comfortable, is now being
100.
put under a bit of pressure. Needs himself on a finish, but Gulliver, only a ton really here does she need to really put herself in charge of the leg.
Should be looking at 19s.
59. Kevin Car 156. $60. Trina Car 170.
So Kev knows he's got 96 for the match coming up.
60. Kevin Car 96.
This will be for his 3rd win of the day.
To get the job done and to move on to 6 points, as Keek rightly says. He's thinking about his options, decided to persevere. Now, there was an option there, a double-double, but
56. Trina Car
decided to
110.
perhaps stubbornly stay on the treble.
I think that's a smart move by Kev. Start going double when trains on 110. It can get a bit murky, should we say?
50. Kevin Car 40.
For the match, double top for Kev Painter. Beautiful guides. 2 beautiful guides.
20.
But couldn't
Trina
nestle
Car
away
60.
in. And so Gulliver looking at 60 to take us to a tie break.
Tie
break it is. 2-2.
Fifth and final leg, Trina to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, good last start by their train to get onto the board. That's a good Shanghai for Kev.
$44. $140. $60.
Do you know what? One thing with Kev's really impressed me is when he's got to that sort of situation of the 2-2 today, his last leg's been absolutely faultless. Absolutely faultless. He's always gotten off with the first 3 darts, and he's always put a really high scoring, power into it.
$55.
So Painter, 6 darts, more than that, possibly, from 197 to get the job done.
97.
So Painter looking at a ton. For the match, for a 3-2 win, and for his 3rd win of the day. In fact, he's been one of the best players of the day, is Kevin Painter.
He has that. When he's on that rhythm, he's so hard to beat. And look at this, double top to wrap it up, 2 10s.
No score.
I do not believe it. How is your luck, Kev?
Trina.
100.
Yeah, it's a good time there by Trina. A little bit of pressure. Kev knows he's going to get at least 6 darts from here, but he doesn't want to go back into the wrong bed. Okay, so it's double top to wrap it up.
Getting shot in the match.
How many times do you see that when a player busts a score and then when they return, they take it out? And that's exactly what Kevin Payne's done there. He beats Trina Gulliver by 3 legs to 2. We're going into the final round now, and we're going to see Thornton and Hamilton go head-to-head next.
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart tops for the match to win 4-1. And he Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2.
Did he go over the tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the 2nd time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Usher losing his cool a little bit here.
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short form at darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double fourth in the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. About to begin the final round worth of action, and we're going to kick off with Robert Thornton and Andy Hamilton going head to head. Before the break, we saw Trina Gulliver lose out 3-2 to Kevin Painter, and so we now know how it's going to shape up in this Group C. We're going to see Scott Mitchell and Andy Hamilton both into Saturday night's finale. Thornton can finish on 12 points, but because of his legs difference being indifferent, it's not going to be good enough for him to make it through to the finals. Keegan Brown's with me here
41
in commentary for the remainder of the week, and I feel like Robert's going to be a little bit disappointed he hasn't made it through. Andy Hamilton's going to be absolutely ecstatic.
Yeah, to be fair, he played really well today. He's played solid. You know, the only game he got, obviously, lost to Scott Mitchell, but other than that, he's been head and shoulders, hasn't he?
Other shampoo brands are available, of course.
$95.
You know, we know that the tables are all sewn up now, but nevertheless, Robert Thornton doesn't go up there, does he? Just to have his tummy tickled, he's going to go out there and fight as ever.
$85.
Well, Thornton, another treble leads him on a finish.
131.
And that one leads himself for the 170, which means he is 100% going to go for this.
And you know he would.
He will. He will.
81.
I'll tell you what, if he hits the 2 treble 20s and he goes for a single 18 or a single 10, I'll walk out of here.
135.
Robert, you had one job, man.
These accents that you pull out of the books, I don't know where you get them from.
58. Robert Carr, 35.
Double 16.
19. Andy Carr, 146.
146.
44. Robert Carr, 16.
So double 8.
Getting shot on the first leg,
It's
Robert
found,
Thornton.
and Thornton goes, what up?
Second leg, Andy did through first. Game on. No score.
That's unlucky there for Mount. 3 well thrown darts there. And the Thorn's back in it.
65.
See, I always find with Robert, you know, even when he was playing his best stuff in the PDC, he had such a quick rhythm to him. You know, sometimes when he slows down, he's not as, I find he's not as consistent, but when he's got that fast sort of throw, it's very hard to beat.
$81. $40.
More like it.
135.
Very treated over being a session headers. Some absolutely fantastic darts thrown by all the competitors.
And we've got more tonight, Keeg, some 10 o'clock here on Pluto TV.
134. $99.
Obviously, we know Andy's obviously through to tomorrow night, but you know he would want to obviously win this match to keep the confidence flowing.
121.
Because you don't want to remember your last game as a loss. So Robert here looking for the 11s. So it's bullseye to go 2-2 up.
Getting shown the second leg, Robert Thornton.
Just like that. Smooth as silk. And a warm embrace between these two, who themselves have shared a Premier League stage in the past. Back in the wonderful year of 2013. And what an incredible year it was. Sir Andrew Murray won Wimbledon. He became the first first British man to do so in 77 years. John Newman was top of the charts with Love Me Again. What a track that was. Manchester United won their last Premier League football title.
100.
And in the world of darts, Robert Thornton and Andrew Hamilton both competed in the Premier League. We're having a look at some of the meetings between one another. They actually met on the opening night. It was actually the first game of the first week of the first phase of that particular Premier League. And Robert Thornton on his Premier League debut got the better of Andrew Hamilton by 7 legs to 5, averaging 98.84. And in terms of how the table would finish up come the end of it, well,
60.
Robert finished 5th, 15 points, 2 points off James Wade, who qualified in the final spot.
46.
Andy finished 7th that year. That was the first year of the 10-player field. And that was actually a year where Gary Anderson got relegated.
I think it was when he used to wear them foul fashion shirts.
Oh my goodness me, they were quite something, weren't they? Yeah, Andy Hamilton was
89.
Stuck in a Whitlock and Lewis sandwich in the league table. Adrian finishing 8th, Simon Whitlock finishing 6th, Robert Thornton 5th, and Wesley Newton finishing 9th in that Premier League campaign.
I've got a funny feeling AD went.
84.
AD lost the majority of his games for the first 5 or 6 weeks.
You did.
But Robert on the 150, fantastic darts there to leave 88.
Yeah, he lost his first 4 games. I was Robert in the first phase. He only lost twice, but then he went on a barren run in the second phase, which meant he narrowly missed out on the semi-finals.
77. Robert
For the match,
16.
8-8 for 3-0 win for Robert Thornton. And a 3-0 win it is for Robert Thornton. He wins the battle, but not the war. He wins 3-0, but it's still going to be Andy Hamilton who progresses through to tomorrow night's final. Well, that's the tale of the tape from that contest. Thornton a 3-0 winner. Burnett and Gulliver is next. Welcome back. It's the Modus Super Series, and we've got 2 more matches to go in this afternoon's session. And we're going to see Richie Burnett and Trina Gulliver go toe-to-toe. Game 14 of the day. 14 of 15 that we are watching here on Pluto TV before we then return tonight from 10 p.m. to see how things pan out.
First leg, Richie to throw first. Game on.
Underway we are. Burnett throwing the first dart.
41.
Burnett off and running. Can Gulliver follow up in suit?
No score.
In pursuit. But that was trivial from Trina. As for Burnett,
135.
he cannot net the first Maximondo of this contesto.
No score.
By the way, I did say that we'd give you the answer to today's tungsten teaser. How many players made their debuts at this year's
83.
World Championship? The correct answer is 28. So many congratulations to those of you at home or wherever you're watching
112.
from. Got the tungsten teaser correct. And that is the last tungsten teaser 2025. We will not be having one tonight.
85.
Well, courtesy of you, there's nothing to say I can't.
Well, yes, we could have Keegan's tungsten teaser.
100. Richie Carr, 157.
Keegan question time. Or Keegan's Christmas cracker, as somebody in my
36.
ear has just said. I told you he had the best production team around. Oh, brilliant. Isabel in our ear giving you that
60.
suggestion.
Richie Carr, 121.
So Richie at 101.
97. Richie Carr, 24.
So 2 12s for Burnett. Double 6. Good guy. Can he nestle it in? Yes
Finish
is
on
the
the first leg,
answer.
Richie Burnett.
Burnett moves 1 up.
Second leg, Trina to throw first. Game on. $80. $51.
That's a good first dart there for Trent. Moving across now.
140.
Well, at least we know he's going to be next to me tomorrow night in the comms.
Yes. And I can tell you now, Keegan is so relieved that there wasn't a situation that Scott and Trina both qualified, because he didn't want to sit next to me tomorrow night. He doesn't want to sit next to me now. Let alone any longer than he contractually has to.
59.
Anyway, where are we going for dinner, Keeks?
That jacket spud across the road.
Oh. Other jacket potato venues are available.
Just not within 10 yards of the
96.
venue. But going back to the action.
Anyway, you're ordering it off of one of those delivery apps, aren't you?
41.
So Richie here, he's got a really good opportunity here. What a great first start.
140. $21. Richie Khan, 93.
So Richie at 93. Fantastic. That's a 2 at double 18. 1 at double 9.
84.
That's a
Richie
lucky
Khan,
suit.
160.
I don't want to say there's a chance, but it's an outside chance for Trina on the 160.
Well, Burnett back for 9
84.
to double his
Richie Khan,
lead
9.
to 2-0. Double 4 it is. 2 twos for 2-0.
Game shown the
2-0 it
second leg,
is.
Richie
Burnett
Burnett.
takes full control, full command of the game.
Third leg, Richie to throw first. Game on. No score. $52.
Trina on the board. Burnett bagsying a double 13 to get himself underway.
106. $80.
For our watchers
55.
out in North America, obviously we've got 2 American players playing tonight, and Alex and Ram, and you know both players have got I think they've got a fantastic opportunity. You know,
well, I'd be honest, from this position, I'd be stunned if Spellman doesn't make it through. I mean, look, it's still tight, very tight, that particular group, but I just think
59.
he's got a bit more nous, and I just think he was very street smart last night. I'd be stunned if he wasn't there.
I thought he played the board really well there, and you know, considering it was Ram's first time out of the Modus Super Series, I thought
59.
he played really well, and unlucky not to get some more wins.
And the thing is, we didn't quite know what we were going to get from Ram last night, but what we did see was very good, as you say.
And let's be honest, it was them 9-gram darts he was throwing with. So obviously, that's all to play for from 10 o'clock tonight on Pluto TV. So do please join us later this evening.
$60.
Well, 60 doesn't at least leave Trina with a poke at the big fish. I'm broken, Keegan, okay?
It's been a long year for your Henners.
45. Trina Car, 170.
Does the big fish go? No, it doesn't.
So 90 left. That's cracking dart,
134.
certainly. 36 for Trina. What sort of pressure can Richie put the 36 under? He's going about the right way about things, isn't he? What a buckaroo dart. Absolutely fantastic. So looking at treble 19.
139. Trina Car, 36.
So, double 18 for Gulliver to reduce the gap to 2-1.
No score.
So, Burnett back for 54 to win it.
So Richie should be looking at 14. So it's 2 darts at beloved double top.
Game shot on the match, Richie Burnett.
And Burnett bags a 3-0 win, and a warm embrace between them pair at the end. I think them two have really enjoyed each other's company. I mean, how can you not have fun when you're spending 2 days with Richie Burnett? Well, Richie, you've been good fun as ever. That, the tail of the tape. Last up, Painter and Mitchell.
54. Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Final game of the afternoon is a meeting between Kevin Painter and Scott Mitchell. Game number 15 of 15. We'll then be back tonight from 10 p.m. to see how Group B is going to culminate here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. There is also plenty coming up, of course, Pluto TV between now and then, so do stay tuned in the intervening periods. But for Scott Mitchell, he
First leg, Kevin to play first.
is the player at the top of the group.
Game on.
That can't be changed now because of Robert Thornton's 3-0 victory over Andy Hamilton a couple of matches ago. And so this is a meeting between top and bottom. However, if Painter does win this game, then he would leapfrog above Trina Gulliver into 5th position in the table. It would mean that the Golden Girl would be placed into 6th position following the end of play on Friday. But for Scott,
No score.
he knows he's won the group, but he'd like to finish on 16 points and really send out an emphatic statement to the field ahead of tomorrow night's final.
No score.
There's one thing I do have to say is how well has Kev bounced back from yesterday to today is absolutely different image altogether, isn't it? And yeah, fair play to him.
Well, to put it in perspective, if he wins this game, he would have won 4 out of 5 today. The only match he would have lost was his opening game against Andy Hamilton, who, in fairness, averaged just under 97 against him anyway.
Yeah, I think we said it earlier in the day, didn't we? Where, you know, that match,
No score.
you know, they were both like, there was like 77 darts, you know, for 5 legs double on is just under 100 average. And, you know, to be fair, Kev, 14 and 15 to lose 3-2, he didn't do a lot wrong, did he?
No.
140.
2 out of 2 in terms of his doubling when he did get an opportunity to finish off a leg.
$51.
Painter on the board, but Mitchell very much in control of the opening leg of this particular contest.
$100. $60. Scott O'Carr, 141.
So 141 for Mitchell to go one up. Plenty of time from here.
$100. $44. Scott O'Carr, 41.
Scott it should go into a 1-0 lead in this last game in the afternoon session. So it's double top to go 1-0 up. Superb darts.
Scott Mitchell.
So Mitchell breaks. He goes 1-0 to the good in this contest.
Game on. No score.
Yeah, to be fair to Kev, that was a really well thrown dart. Not to go into the double, but he's found the 32. Yeah, see that? Somebody's done it. They've gone 32 and 19. Ah, that's all you want in life.
Keegan Brown, trendsetter.
I wouldn't go that far.
40.
In fairness, you are a bit of a trendsetter. You're the person who made pink in darts fashionable.
Yeah, but the only 2 people that wear it is me and Scott Mitchell.
Fallon?
Oh, wow.
In fairness, you wearing pink was that synonymous that Paul Nicholson started wearing pink shirts and ties.
$95. $60.
But Kev, really good treble 20 there.
123.
It's really solid 1, 2, 3. Definitely taking control in the second leg.
$83.
So Painter 134 to level up a 1 apiece. Oh, 96 remaining.
43.
That leaves 91.
$140.
140 for Scott. Now this leg has a completely different complexion to it because Painter could mop up from the 134 in the previous visit. Mitchell's just lurking, isn't he?
Lurking on the stage. So it's 32 for Kev to go 1 apiece. Scott noses in.
59. Scott O'Carr, 118.
So 118. 98 left. Not to be.
58. Kevin Carr, 32.
So it's 2 16s for Kev to make it 1 apiece. That's good darts there.
Kevin Painter.
And so a break back for Kev, and we are back level at 1 apiece.
$120.
It's like we were alluding to earlier, wasn't it? Henners were, with Kev, it's all about getting that rhythm, and when he is on it, he's been absolutely superb today.
It's not quite happening this one in the same vein and the same way it's happened in others, but I think by and large you look back on today with an air of positivity.
Yeah, 100%.
140.
However, the happiest two will be Mitchell and Hamilton, who progress their way through to tomorrow night's final, which, of course, will be live on the Pluto TV network of channels.
100.
From 7:30 p.m. Please do join us from Portsmouth in the United Kingdom on what's going to be
30.
A chilly night. Although, the good news is the weather warnings have subsided here because we just had a massive storm, haven't we?
100.
Over the last couple of days or so. But a storm is brewing tomorrow night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
$15. $45.
Yeah. Scott there would be a bit disappointed hitting only the 45 there. But it gives Kev a really good opportunity in this leg.
100.
That's a good ton.
Scott the car, 136.
Phil, this 136 might have to go for Scott.
Will it? Not on this occasion. And so Painter will be back for 96.
60. Kevin Newcar, 96.
To go 2-1 to the good and to put himself one away. Nineteens. 95 left. Treble leaves the double. $76 left.
$28. Scott Newcar, 76.
76 for Mitchell. To go 2-1 up, to get the break and to move one away.
What a dart there from Scott. So it's 2 darts, a double 8 to go 2-1 up. Surely of the flight.
60. Kevin Newcar,
Very unlucky
68.
there, but it gives Kev a fantastic chance here.
68 then to move himself to within a leg of victory. And he's going to have 2 in hand, a double 4 to do exactly that. So double 4 is what's found, and Painter finds himself 2-1 to the good. One away from victory in the final game of the afternoon session. Mitchell with it all to do. Well, Mitchell away, dart 2 of the leg. Piling the pressure on Painter against the throw.
No score.
If there's one thing we know about Kev today on that last, if this goes to a last leg, you know He always leaves his best darts to last.
Oh, this is written on to be a last leg decider, Keegan. It's just felt like one of them games, hasn't it? That's just to and froed, peaked and troughed, swung around about it.
Proper seesaw affair.
Mm.
$100.
Good art there by Kev.
60.
We've seen so many times where, when players have got off today, they've been a bit disappointed because it might have been the 8th or the 9th dart in. But you give yourself a chance still. Don't look so defeated. Couple 180,
60.
140, couple 140s changed the complex of the leg.
Small things make big differences.
60. $99.
Let's get darts there by Scott.
$60.
Right,
Scott Nicole,
116 for Mitchell to
116.
level up at 2-2. Treble leaves double 18. Treble got double 18 to take us all the way.
98.
Decision to make. Unless Painter hits a match, he's got a decision to make on this 18.
Yeah, it's got to be 6 or a 10 in my opinion. But I think even if Kev hits a 180, I'll still go for a 6 or a 10.
Scott Nicole, 18.
Right. He's going to go straight for it.
Getting shot on the 4th leg, Scott Mitchell.
He's going to take
Fifth
it, and we're
final
going to
leg, Kevin to
go
throw first.
all the way to a last leg decider.
$14.
Right, it's the last leg of the day, or at least in this Group C anyway. We're going to be back tonight from 10 o'clock. It's actually the last Group C leg of 2025.
And what a roller coaster we've had during the year.
We've had some fun.
97. $100.
So Kev looking to find that treble.
60.
That's lucky not to get more than 60 there. But Scott knows all he needs to do now is just, as we said earlier, it's just simple darts now. It's just finding the big numbers and the odd treble just to, chip away at the leg. But that
43.
now makes it a little bit interesting.
Opens the leg up for a little bit of interpretation.
60.
Well, this is now Mitchell's chance to get this game won and done once and for all.
I keep saying that, but it's been a really good, fantastic session. And sometimes you kind of forget that it is double trouble. Every player has actually played their part fantastically, and it's just been a good day of darts so far. And there's more to come.
10 o'clock on the dot.
100.
After this game, we will have 19 more matches for the year.
We need to get out more, Henners.
I will. I'll be out of here for 2 weeks.
60. Kevin O'Carr, 170.
I've never heard a gallery cheer so loudly in my life. Painter. Be some way to wrap it up, but he's not going to fish it out. Can Mitchell find the 120 to cap off his campaign?
36. Scott O'Carr,
So here comes the ladder
120.
shot for all Scotty Dog. The ladder shot, the Shanghai shot. Here we go. That's perfect for the treble. Double top to round off a brilliant 2 days.
80. Kevin O'Carr, 134.
54 tots for Kev.
$58. Scott O'Carr, 40.
So Mitchell, double top for the match. And he gets it. He's the group winner, and it was another convincing day. Just the one game in the end did Scott Mitchell. For Kevin Painter, 3 wins and 5. I think he'll take that at the end of what was a trying week. So, Scott Mitchell, the group winner. We're going to hear from him in the studio in a couple of minutes' time.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Scott Mitchell get the better of Kevin Painter by 3 legs to. Him and Andy Hamilton both through to tomorrow night's final here at the Live Lounge Report. So we can confirm that now by having a look at the final group table. As you can see, Mitchell and Hamilton 16 points and 12 points respectively. Thornton missing out by way of legs difference. Richie Burnett, Trina Gulliver and Kevin Painter completing the complement of players. So Scott Mitchell, the winner of Group C, and he's in his familiar habitat alongside me and Keegan in the studio. Let's have a chat about the last couple of days then. It looked like out there you looked rather at home. Did it feel like that for you?
Yeah, I kind of had a point to prove, really. I think I haven't been here since September 2024. My last games where people remember me probably on a live stream with England back in April, and I played horrendously, and then I've had a couple of really terrible games for my beloved Dorset, who going forward I really want to get my Dorset shirt back and I want to get back in the team. So today was and yesterday was a massive thing for me. It was about me finding myself again. The game hasn't gone anywhere, it's still in there. And my kids are going, you know, you're just overthinking it. And my wife, every time I take a step back, Sharon, she kicks me up the backside and going, it's not gone anywhere. You've got to stop thinking. Just go and play the game. And I've had a few exhibitions that have gone well and kind of I felt that it's coming back. And that does nothing but boost the confidence there over the last couple of days with the clientele that we had in the group.
What was part of the difficulty? Because I know you're very proud of everything that you've achieved in the game. Does that sometimes add extra pressure on yourself when you're going through some of those lulls, going through some of those bad patches?
Definitely. You never want to be an England captain and failing. You never want to be like a name in the Dorset team and be the one that doesn't win a game for you, a point for your county. So that's where it all kind of starts. You learn that winning mentality there, and you take it elsewhere. So when you go back to those things, or you're involved with those, and it doesn't happen, you're then kind of the things that came really easy. The game where it was so easy, it became so hard for me, and it was kind of just me stopping me. And so today, I mean, I can't believe how the last couple of days have gone, to be honest.
We had a similar conversation in September, Keegan, didn't we, after you won your week? And you were saying how difficult it was because you've achieved so much in the game and you've had that massive high. And when that high comes down to something more equal or something that you may perceive as low, how difficult is it to deal with that? And how difficult also is it to have that fight and desire to try and get yourself back up? It may not be as high as it was before, but something that you feel content with.
Yeah, 100%. It's like a boxer, isn't it? How quick do you get yourself back up after the game knocked down? And I always say, just dust yourself off and go again. You know, just keep going. You know, we're very fortunate with darts. There's not an age up to performance. You know, that sort of thing. We can play darts for a long time, and you know, it's that sort of, like Scott there said perfectly. Sometimes you just have to stop thinking. Just stop thinking and throw darts. And sometimes when it clicks, you enjoy it because you go through. You've had a lot of good days. You have a couple of bad days, but when you've gone through that transition period of playing well again, you appreciate the good days a lot better.
So where are you at this present moment in time in terms of playing? I know we've spoken a lot about what you do on this side of the sport, and I know you do other things in other areas as well, but in terms of the actual playing and the throwing of the darts, where do you feel like you're at, and where do you feel that you can still go and you can still achieve and you can still do?
For me, every person that's on my shirt is still backing me. My family believe that it's still there, so there's no doubts there. It's just all about me. I want to go back to Q School and make a good show of myself and make sure that I'm playing the way that I wish to play. I don't mind whether I get a card or whether I don't get a card, but I want to put a game up there that isn't easy to get by. I want to be difficult to play. When in the past, when I've played like the likes of Nathan Aspinall and that, they haven't enjoyed playing me. And that's like music to my ears. That's what I want to hear. I don't want to hear people enjoying playing me. I want to make things difficult for them and have a game that I'm able to make things difficult for them. And at the moment, we're definitely on the right turn, and honestly, I can't, thank the people here enough for getting my opportunity the last couple of days, and then there's an aspect of pressure because you're in here taking the mickey out of me.
I do that whatever you do.
Did you not get encouraged by him?
No, of course I.
I
We're
always
good
get
friends.
encouraged by him. So I'm easily led. So kind of you're down there thinking, what are you guys saying when I'm either making a mistake or whatever? But that's part of the job that I do now. I'm sat in both camps. So, but I'm just honestly over the moon. It means nothing to anybody else to finish top of this Group C, but to me, it's just right up there at this particular moment in time.
So what about tomorrow night then?
Look, we all know this is the floor show. I can't turn up being soft on people like I have been today. Trina, give yourself a chance.
She's going to mention that for the rest of the time, and you know that.
Oh, mate, honestly, I thought, right, I've got Trina, lovely. And out she comes and just, tap me on the back of the head. 10-time world champion, I've only got one. Taps me on the back of the head and goes, there you go, kidder, I'm still playing, aren't I? And I'm like, yeah, you're great, Trina, I love you. You know what I mean? It's, and that kind of woke me up today.
Just quickly, Keegan, Andy Hamilton also made it through. What would be your assessment of his day?
He was just typical Andy, wasn't it? As far as ever, consistent as ever, just every time he got his teeth stuck into it, he just kept on fighting, didn't he? And, it was his finishings at times where, like we always say with Andy, if you give him an inch, he will take a mile. And, unfortunately, he took this 129 out against Scott. But it's just Andy Hamilton. Doesn't matter if it's 20 years ago or today. He still plays darts like he does. And that's why he's so good.
Joe, it's actually been good to kind of see some of the legends of the sport in action, hasn't it?
Yeah, 100%. And to be fair, we kind of forget that, I used to assume that some of these are in their 30s and 40s. And obviously, they're a couple of years older than that now. But to be playing darts at such a high, intense level still, I'll take my hat off to them.
Right, Keegan, I'll see you tonight. See you tomorrow. Rest up well. We shall see you for the big one tomorrow. Right, let's see what's coming up as far as the week is concerned, because Group B is going to come to a close tonight. And it is Alex Spellman, the American, that leads the way. He's on 6 points. We've got a whole host of players. Steve West, Graham Ash and Ram Gravada on 4. Devon Peterson on 2 points. He's got work to do. That's coming up later on tonight. That's at 10 p.m. here on Pluto TV. But a whole host of other things coming up between now and then. The Double Trouble Challenge, which features Simon Whitlock and Steve Beaton. That's coming up next. As I say, Group B continues and culminates tonight from 10 p.m. here on Pluto TV. And then Scott Mitchell is going to be into finals night tomorrow evening from 7:30 p.m. And then Tom Sykes is looking to win the ADC Global Championship title. That is on Sunday, the 4th of January from 12:30 p.m. That's it from us. Scotty Dogs through to Saturday night. We shall see him there. We shall see you tonight from 10 o'clock from all of us here. Take care. Bye-bye for now.
What a finish. What a man.
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And that was it. And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout. Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jürgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up, to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone, and you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101!
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double fourth in a match.